There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Thanks. Please be seated. Yeah. Order. The first item on the order paper is questions addressed to the President. Honorable members may press the talk button on their desks if they wish to ask a supplementary question. The first question has been asked by the Honorable Kwarai. I call upon the Honorable, the President.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
On what point are you rising, Honorable Madisha?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As Parliament, we cannot legitimize a person after our highest court ruled that
Honorable
he had broken his oath of office. We insist that
Honorable Madisha,
he is not honorable, he is not trustworthy, he
Honorable
is not
Madisha,
representing the people. The only question he must answer is when is he resigning as president of our country.
Honorable Madisha, you have no basis to do what you have just done. You have no basis in the rules or in the law to raise what you are raising. This Honorable President was elected in this House.
Honorable Speaker.
This President is actually a member and a leader of the executive from whom we expect answers to questions by honorable members of this House. And therefore, honorable member, there is no basis on which you say the things you are saying, and I would like to appeal to Honorable Madisha to take your seat, as well as Honorable Carter.
Honorable Speaker.
What you have said is exactly what I've said. If you say that he was elected in this Parliament, and we all are members of Parliament, it's exactly what we have
Honorable
said.
Madisha.
Therefore, what you are saying is what we are saying. He does not have the honor to do that.
Honorable Madisha, what you need to do if you have an issue is to submit it in the form of a substantive motion. This House has had a debate on issues relating to the Constitutional Court judgment. This House has had even a debate on specifically how it can address the issue of ending or terminating the term of the President. And all those issues have been settled. And therefore, honorable members, I appeal to you, Honorable Carter, to take your seat so we can proceed with questions to the President.
Honorable Speaker, I would just like to just on a point of order.
No, Honorable Carter.
No rule can overturn the Constitution. Schedule 2 of the Constitution speaks of a President's responsibility and his oath of office to the Republic of South Africa.
Honorable Carter, the same Constitution obliges the National Assembly to provide for mechanisms to hold the executive to account. And questions to members of the executive and questions specifically to the President are one such mechanism. And therefore, I appeal to you to take your seat so that we can proceed with the program of the afternoon on the basis of the decisions taken by the National Assembly Programming Committee, which is a multi-party body that took the decision on today's program, which is questions to the President. I therefore appeal to you, Honorable Carter, to please take your seat.
Honourable Speaker, just respectfully, the Congress of the People cannot be part of a session where the President has broken his oath of office, and we will excuse ourselves.
The
Thank
Congress of the People has a right to leave the House, and we will note that the Congress of the People has done so. The Honourable, the President.
Honorable Speaker, the recent cabinet
On a point of
Nkandla
order, Speaker.
assessed
On a
the
point of order,
What is the
implementation.
excuse me, Honourable President, if you may take your seat. Honourable Malema, what is the point of order?
Honorable Speaker, we are committing a serious constitutional blunder by allowing the President to speak in this House. We have since written a letter to you, firstly to ask you to discipline the President. And we did that through the normal channels of this Parliament because we understood that following the Constitutional Court judgment, there must be consequences. It can't be business as usual. You are going on to continue with the President without any consequences, even when the Constitutional Court pronounced clearly that the President violated his oath of office. Now we wrote again to you yesterday, asking you not to allow the President to come to this House, because when the Constitutional Court found that he did not respect his oath of office, he was honorable no more. And this House only allows honorable people to come and speak here. Not criminals of note, not people who continue to collapse this country because of their personal interest. We cannot allow the President to speak in this House. If you want to allow the President to speak in this House, you must know that you are acting outside the Constitution, and we are going to have to force you to discipline the President. We are going to have to go to court to force you to subject the President to court. These howlers can howl, there's nothing they can do. You are a group of howlers. The voters have rejected you because of the conduct of one man. You have lost metros because of this attitude of howling. This howling business is exactly what made you to be what you are in PE, in Tshwane, in Johannesburg. The voters have rejected Zuma. The voters have rejected Zuma. The voters are saying to you, the voters have whispered. The voters have whispered and said to you, you cannot continue the way you are continuing. Even when the voters have given you a warning,
Speaker.
you are still not
You
listening.
are no longer speaking
You
to
are
a
no
point of
longer
order.
listening, even when the voters want you
Honorable
on the 3rd of
Malema.
August.
Point of order.
Honorable
Speaker,
Malema,
we have a motion here.
Honorable
Point
Malema,
of order.
Honorable
Honorable
Speaker,
Malema, take your seat.
I'm not going to take my seat. You must tell Zuma to leave.
Honorable
Why must I listen
Malema,
to you when you don't tell Zuma to
if
leave
you
this
want
house?
to disrupt the
I'm
House,
not
Honorable
disrupting any
Malema,
house.
I'm not going to
I'm
allow
not going
you.
to disrupt any house. I'm not going to allow a criminal to speak in this house when you are doing nothing about this criminal. This man is collapsing our country. All
Honorable
of you are scared
Malema.
of him. You are
Honorable
scared of one
Malema,
man
you can't
who's
come and
collapsing this
scream
country
in the House.
single-handedly.
And I am now going to switch off your mic
Honorable Speaker,
because you have
We
no
have- we
right
have-
to come and shout in the House.
but listen to me.
Honorable Malema,
But listen
you
to me.
can't come to the House and scream.
Honorable
You said
Speaker.
you wanted to be allowed to
Yes.
express a point of order,
Let me make
and
my
I
last
gave
point.
you
I'm
that
making my last
opportunity,
point.
and you are now abusing the opportunity.
making my last point.
That, no, I am not allowing you, Honorable Malema, to continue.
But are you going to allow
You
Zuma?
said,
No, I'm not allowed.
Honorable Malema, take your seat.
I'm not allowed.
Honorable
When a man
Malema,
who has been found
take
to
your
have
seat.
broken his oath of office is going to be allowed to speak here.
He will speak.
We are not going to allow that.
He is going to speak.
Honorable Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker, we are here in this House on a business agreed to by the programming committee of this House. That's the first point. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, that programming committee made that program for the President to appear here informed by clause 140 of our rules of this House, where the President in a quarter will come and answer questions in this House. Therefore, President is here not to be ridiculed, is here to answer questions to this House, is here to be accountable to this Parliament through answering of questions. Let me deal with another matter, Chair. Honorable Speaker, this House, if it doesn't want this President, there is a constitutional
Point of
clause
order,
under
Madam
89.
Madam Speaker.
Under 89, the
Madam
Constitution
Speaker,
says
on a point of order.
the House with
You
a
can't raise a
two-thirds
point
majority.
of order on top of another point
No,
of order.
but he's now screaming and
Please
screaming
take
and
a seat.
shouting. He's no longer
Honorable
raising a
Kadi,
point
please
of
take your
order.
seat.
With a two-thirds majority,
Madam
this
Speaker,
House
we have raised
can
a point of
remove
order on
that
the
is
Chief
in
Whip.
the Constitution.
Can we be allowed to raise
The
a point
House
of
No,
order?
you
also
can't.
raised.
While there is another speaker on a point of order on the floor.
But his point of order
Please
is now
proceed.
10 minutes. We are
Can
listening to
raise-
his sermon.
Under Section 102 of the Constitution, a notice of no confidence on the President. These are the constitutional mechanisms that can be used by any member in this House, including the EFF. Therefore, the call by the President not to address and speak in this House is first unconstitutional. Is totally unconstitutional and not informed by any laws of this country. That call is also not in accordance with our rules that have brought the President here to answer questions. People of this country want to hear what the President has to say on the questions that have been put to him by the members of this House. As ANC, we are here to listen to the answers of the President on the questions that we have put to him. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, on the matter raised by the leader of the EFF about the letter that we received at midnight last night, I want to quote from a response I have sent to them, which they have received before coming to this House. I quote, with reference to the matter of the disciplinary proceedings against the President, I wish to refer you to my comprehensive response dated 3 May 2016. That response is attached for reference. In essence, my response dealt with the provisions of sections 89 and 102 of the Constitution, which deal with the procedures by which the President may be removed from office. And therefore, honorable members, I really am not able to accede to the request of the EFF and their point of order. The President is before this House in accordance with the law and in accordance with the Constitution. And therefore, I wish to proceed.
Honorable Speaker, may I please get your attention concerning the response which you sent at 5 minutes to 2, even when you had received it at midnight yesterday. Rule 11 of the recently adopted rules of the National Assembly says that application to President of the Republic and other non-members. And number 1 of that says that these rules and orders of the House apply as appropriate to the President of the Republic as they apply to a minister. And number 2 says that a reference of these rules and orders of the House to a member or a minister must, where applicable, be construed as a reference also to the President of the Republic and to the Deputy President or a minister or a Deputy Minister who's not a member of the House. And in your response, you said that you cannot take a disciplinary action against the President because he's not a member of the House. But the rules that we operate with here say that the rules of the National Assembly are applicable to him. He has misled Parliament on many occasions. He said he has got a bond in the Nkandla construction. The bond only came now from the vendor building society. It was not there. And it means that he has lied here in the House. So there must be action on him that must be taken.
Honorable Shibambu,
So that is the issue of principle that we are raising.
indirectly.
How do we deal with
Honorable
the president? How do we
Shibambu,
listen to
please
the
take your
president?
seat. Honorable Shibambu,
Who is not respecting
you
the
are
Constitution?
busy trying to compel the House to deal with business that is not before it. Because the business before the House is questions to the President. And the National Assembly Programming Committee has programmed that this afternoon we are taking answers to the questions to the President.
But Speaker,
and Honorable Shibambu, I appeal to you to take your seat and
Speaker,
allow
there's a
the
principal
House
issue
to
that you
proceed.
cannot let a person who has committed crime to go and
Honorable Shibambu,
it's a basic principle.
we will not deal with any business here this afternoon other than questions to the President. And I appeal to you to take your seat
It's a
if
basic
you want to
principle
remain
that we
in the
have to
House.
adhere to. It is what the rules say.
Honorable Shibambu, take your seat. Honorable Steenhuisen.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Parliament is a rules-based organisation that gives effect to what the Constitution sets out as guidelines for us. Now, I'm sympathetic to the views of Honourable Malema and Honourable Shivambu. I believe, indeed, that the man before us today is not befitting of the office he holds. I think he's broken trust with the people of South Africa and this House. But nonetheless, I believe despite his actions, despite his part payment of his admission of guilt fine this week in relation to the Nkandla matter, it is our duty as parliamentarians to hold him accountable in terms of the Constitution and in terms of the rules of this House. And as repugnant as I find him, as repugnant as we find his behaviour, we want the answers to the questions that we have on the order paper today. And we therefore want the man who stands there on the podium today to answer those questions, as is his constitutional duty and responsibility.
I therefore
Honorable Speaker,
request
just a follow-up on what Commissar Honorable Shivambu have
Honorable
raised with you.
Sope, I didn't even give you a chance to...
Please recognize me, Honorable Speaker.
No, honorable members of the EFF, I now would like to prevail on you that you
Speaker,
allow this House to proceed.
I just want to get your indulgence in terms of the
Honorable
rule.
Sope, I am
Speaker,
not giving you any indulgence.
I'm asking you to recognize me because it's in terms of the rule 11.
Because your leader already said you are not going to allow the president to speak this
No, it's
afternoon.
not true, Speaker. But
on the other hand, we are determined that the president will answer the questions this
Speaker,
afternoon
my point
in
is that,
this House.
Speaker,
so Honorable
just hear me
Sope,
out.
please take your seat.
Speaker, please hear me out before you just shut me down.
Honorable
It's
Sope.
on the following up.
Honorable Sope, there is no following up. Take your seat.
Madam Speaker, we want to assist you and the House so that at a right moment, the man seated there is able to address this House. We are
Honorable
assisting
Gadi,
you,
I did not
President.
give you an opportunity to take the floor.
We are requesting you.
I did not give you the opportunity to
I raised
take
my hand.
the floor. Honorable Gadi,
I did raise my hand,
Honorable
Madam
Gadi,
Speaker.
and I did not
I raised my
agree.
hand,
I
Madam
did
Speaker.
not
Recognize me, Madam Speaker.
No, Honorable Gadi. Honorable Gadi, allow me to run this program of this afternoon as agreed by the program committee. We will now proceed with the business. This matter that you are raising and all the attendant issues have been thoroughly addressed in previous letters, in the letter of last night and in this afternoon's sitting. And I am not taking any further points on this matter.
Under Section 89
Honorable
of the
Mente,
Constitution.
ndicela uhlale phansi sis.
No, Mama, ngicela ke
Ndicela
si-address
uhlale
Section
phansi.
89 of the Constitution
Andisavumi.
othetha ngepresident eselungelweni lokuba ime phambi kwabantu.
Honorable members,
Because Section 89
Honorable
1A
Mente.
uyasixelela ukubana ngaba anyone oviolate i-Constitution akalalo ilungelo lomapha.
Honorable Mente, you have addressed the House without permission. And I want to warn you that if honorable members are not going to cooperate, because we have work to do this afternoon, we have the President who is here to answer questions. We are here having honorable members who are waiting to listen to answers to their questions. You are the people that seem not to want for order to prevail and for the business to be proceeded with. I am appealing to you to cooperate.
Speaker.
I have not recognized you. No, take your seat.
So that I can sit down. I just want you to answer one question.
Take
Are you
your
going to allow
seat.
this Steve to speak to us? That's all I want to ask.
Take
from you.
your seat.
Is that all? I'm going to cooperate and take my seat.
Take
Can you
your
answer?
seat, honorable member.
So you're going to allow this Steve to speak to us? Okay.
Honourable Speaker, I've had my hand up for a while. Will you please recognize me? You know, I'm new to the National Assembly, so I need your guidance on this matter. And we're referring to Rule 11 of our wonderful Rules of Parliament. And you haven't explained to us why you are not charging the President. And why are we allowing him to talk here? I just don't understand. This matter's been going on forever and a day. And we even have to write to you in the middle of the night so you can know that we're going to come and ask you why you're not charging the President. Can you please just respond? You're looking very beautiful today, by the way, but we would like to have a response from you. Please, Speaker. Why is the President not being charged? It's a serious matter. The President's even laughing there because it's a joke. The ANC, they laugh because everything is a joke.
Honorable Maites, can you please take your seat? I really would like to appeal to the honorable members in the benches of the EFF to cooperate with the program of today in this honorable house. I appeal to you, honorable members, to cooperate. Honorable members, your questions are introducing other business and forcibly trying to make the House proceed on a different basis other than the one agreed to by the National Assembly Program Committee, on which there is also a member of the EFF that sits when we take these decisions. But honorable members come here today and they say the honorable president must not answer questions.
On a point of order, Speaker. Speaker, I rise on a point of order. On a point of order, Speaker. Speaker, on a point of order. May I please rise on a point of order, Speaker?
What is your point of order?
The point of order, Speaker, is that we want to cooperate with this process. But I think maybe what would be fair, Speaker, would be that you need to give this House clarity, and perhaps even the people of this country, that it is okay for a sitting president to violate the constitution and nothing happens. If you can clarify us on that, then we'll cooperate. Can you at least weigh on that matter, that it is okay for a sitting president to violate the constitution and nothing happens, and even at the parliamentary level, when we rise to seek clarity on that, we're not allowed space. Is it okay for a parliament to rubber stamp and listen to a president who violates a
The issues you are raising have been thoroughly dealt with by this honorable House.
Which platform was that?
The National Assembly has had debates on the issues you are raising, and I appeal to you to sit down.
Can I seek
Take your
just
seat.
on one issue?
Take your seat,
Just on one
Honorable
issue,
Chewane,
Speaker.
when
Is
I'm
it
talking
okay?
to
No,
you.
is it correct?
Honorable
for a
Chewane,
sitting
take your
president to
seat
violate
when
the
I'm talking
constitution
to you.
and nothing happens?
Honorable Chewane, take your seat. Honorable members, I am not taking another honorable member on these matters because you are wasting the time of the House. We have now spent 30 minutes. Honorable Shibambu, take your seat.
Honorable
Take
Speaker,
your
I want
seat,
to
Honorable
clarify something
Shibambu.
that have been saying that the
Honorable
AFF
Shibambu,
has
take your
agreed
seat.
to all these things. They have never agreed to such a thing.
Honorable
We
Shibambu,
brought
take
it
your
to our
seat.
attention, even in the meeting that you called yourself that.
Honorable
you never
Shibambu,
agreed
can you
that
please leave the
a
chamber?
person must come and address us here.
Honorable Shibambu, leave the chamber. Leave the chamber, Honorable Shibambu. Honorable Shibambu, leave the chamber.
On a point of
And
order,
if
Chair.
you are refusing to leave the chamber,
on a
I am
point of
going to
order,
ask the Sergeant at Arms to assist you to show you the door so that you
order,
can
Chair.
leave the chamber and allow us to proceed with the business of this afternoon.
I'm going to help you to get Honorable Shibambo to leave the House. Just listen to me. Abaso ubichi, abasitshaba ubichi, awa siya ubichi amapeli. Re kgethilwe man. Eish, lena ena mara. Amapeli.
Honorable Shibambu.
Honorable Speaker, can I address you, please?
Can I ask the Sergeant at Arms to proceed to Honorable Shibambu so that he can leave the House and let me proceed with the business of the House?
Honorable Speaker, we've got a motion after the President, which we want to debate, and to ask Honorable Shibambo to leave the House, even when he has not defied you. He was not defying. He was raising the point that they never agreed in
Honorable
the
Shibambu, can you please leave the House?
Honorable Speaker, please hear me out before.
Honorable Malema, you yourself are on your feet addressing me without me
please
having
recognize
given
me.
I have not given you the permission to stand and address. Honorable Shibambu, can you please leave the House?
Honorable Speaker.
Can you leave the House?
Honorable Speaker, we have got a motion here today which we are going to lead in terms of what must happen in this House. And the Rule 53 that we are using to want to remove me does not say what we are saying should happen now. You are again engaging in an illegal activity.
Honorable Speaker, since you don't want to recognize me, we are going to leave this House because we are not prepared to listen to this criminal. But we'll wait outside. When the criminal finishes speaking, we are coming back to continue with the business of this parliament. We are just going to the loo because we are avoiding the criminal. We'll come back when the criminal is gone. Thank you.
You can continue, Zupta. Order, Speaker.
What's the point of order?
Order, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Order, Speaker.
Who's calling?
This side, Speaker. Sorry, we can't hear you.
Scathele igebengu lesiphambi kwethu asambe selitshele. Zuma must go to jail, prison.
Are criminals yourselves.
The Honorable, the Chief Whip, can you please proceed?
Honorable Speaker, we just want to put it on record that to call a member of this House a thief and a criminal is not in keeping with Rule 85 that says no member may impute improper motives to any other member or cast personal reflection upon a member's integrity or dignity or verbally abuse a member in any other way. The rule further says, a member who wishes to bring any improper or unethical conduct on the part of another member to the attention of the House may do so only by way of a separate substantive motion comprising a clearly formulated and properly substantiated charge that, in the opinion of the Speaker, prima facie warrants consideration by the House. The rule ends by saying, this what I've read apply also to reflections upon the President, ministers, and deputy ministers who are not members of this House. So we have been abused and abused. The President has been subjected to abuse, which our rules, Honorable Speaker, do not allow.
Madam Speaker.
I now would like to, yes, Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam Speaker, I think it's important that we do point out once again that this House and its actions are also subject to rulings of the Constitutional Court. And in the SMS case that went to the Constitutional Court, the court was clear that it is fair comment to say that the President stole money. Somebody who steals money is a thief.
Honorable members, I think the rule that was quoted by the Honorable the Chief Whip is simply trying to help us regulate our relations, our working relationships as honorable members of Parliament. Honorable members, I'd like now to get us back to question number 1, which has been asked by the Honorable Kwarai, and the Honorable the President was about to take the podium. The Honorable the President.
Madam Speaker, the recent Cabinet Lekgotla assessed the implementation of the National Development Plan, which underpins the medium-term strategic framework 2014 to 2019, and in particular, the 9-point plan. The focus at the Lekgotla was on key programs and projects to deepen the implementation of the 9-point plan in the next financial year, and which ensure high impact and help reignite growth and stimulate job creation. The Department of Public Enterprises and National Treasury will consolidate the procurement of locomotives into a single organization under Transnet. This will ensure efficiency and compliance with the localization requirements. We also looked at introducing legislative amendments to implement the 30% set-asides by March 2017. This will unlock the potential of SMMEs, cooperatives, and the township and rural enterprises. Government will continue to focus on labor-intensive sectors, including the need for various mechanisms to support greater impact on jobs, such as the use of our incentive programs for, amongst others, clothing, textiles, leather and footwear value chain, agro-processing, and business process services. We agreed to accelerate the successful oceans economy intervention to expand coastal and marine tourism in order to realize significant job creation. To resolve the energy challenges in our country, the Department of Energy will complete the Integrated Energy Plan and Integrated Resource Plan for electricity by the end of this year. This will help provide certainty on electricity pricing and investment in the generation capacity. I chair Interministerial Committee on Investment that will coordinate 40 priority investment projects across government. These 40 projects include the agro-processing and agri-parks, energy and infrastructure, manufacturing and services projects. The Department of Trade and Industry will finalize the strategy for the deployment of locally developed technologies by the end of this year. Furthermore, the Department of Science and Technology and the National Treasury will secure additional funds to sustain and expand the sector innovation fund through the economic competitive support package. Priority continues to be placed on water saving and the minimization of water losses. This month will witness agreements being completed with municipalities experiencing high water losses. This will be done to facilitate the placement of water agents and plumbers that government is training. We launched the program last year to train 15,000 young people to perform this task. This is important for youth development and empowerment as well. The Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Commission presented its report, an action plan to ensure greater expenditure on municipal infrastructure maintenance and to enforce proper financial asset management will be developed and implemented to extend the lifespan and quality of our infrastructure assets. The National Treasury and the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation presented their recommendations on work done in the past year to align the national budget to the National Development Plan, as well as to the medium-term strategic framework. Our government has identified a set of budget priorities for 2017 to 2018, which focuses on maintaining infrastructure spend, strengthening support for skills development, and maintaining real levels of spending on the poor. The Lekgotla also reflected on progress made and the next steps in the reform of state-owned companies. The implementation of the stabilization program has progressed with varying degrees. The Interministerial Committee on SOCs, chaired by Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, will continue to oversee 13 specific interventions. Madam Speaker, government will not reignite growth alone. We welcome inputs from labor, business, and also political parties aimed at the improved implementation of the National Development Plan through all these programs and interventions. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Khwarai.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, the Honorable President, for the answer. Honorable President, can the President tell us, since we left you a few months before the MTSF period and the State of Nation address next year, what specific actions plan from identified sectors to take South Africa on a sustainable socio-economic trajectory? Thank you.
The Honorable the President.
Sorry, could the Honorable Member just repeat?
Thank you. Since we left you a few months before the MTSF period and the State of Nation address for next year, what specific action plans from the identified sectors to take South Africa on a sustainable socio-economic trajectory? Thank you.
The Honorable the President.
Thank you very much. Of course, as I've said, Madam Speaker, that the Lekgotla met and had discussions. Part of what Lekgotla was doing was to look at what we need to do. And we took decisions on a number of issues, and some of which I've just touched upon here, as the actions that we are going to be taking. Firstly, what we've been looking at is how do we reignite the economy? And we have followed on the matter of 9-point plan, for an example, that we need to continue with that because it is being implemented, and do any other thing that will help to process those kind of actions so that we boost the economics and economic activities so that we can grow the economy and create jobs. These are matters we are talking about that we have done. We have met to take decisions, and we are implementing those decisions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Mainir.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. President, what are the 9 points in your 9-point action plan to ignite the economy and create jobs in South Africa?
The Honorable the President.
Well, we have talked about the 9-point plans many times in this parliament. The Honorable Speaker is very much aware of the point of a 9-point plan that we have talked about.
Order, honorable members. Are you listening to the answer? You started making noise even before he started. Honorable President.
It includes agriculture, among others, and there are many. You have seen them. We have talked about them.
Honorable Speaker.
No, you've asked your follow-up question, Honorable Maynir.
On a point of order.
And it has been answered.
On a point of order.
You've asked your supplementary question.
On a point of order, Speaker.
What's the point of order?
The President is clearly clueless about the 9 points in his
No,
own
Honorable Maynir, that's not a point of
which is
order.
terrifying.
I now recognize Honorable Esther Raisin. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I'll mention some of the points. The President, in his reply, mentioned some of the points, and in a sense, this is a good idea to begin with, address some of the key portfolios. Honorable President, such as energy and agriculture, but you didn't mention one of the important ones, moderating workplace conflicts. Won't you agree, sir, that you and business must be concerned about insufficient growth and that there must be a new alliance between government, business, and organized labor? That the notion must be stopped of labor seeing business and even government, for that sense, as the enemy. That unions seem to focus more on their own agendas and are in the process of promoting job losses rather than creating jobs. How do you suggest we address this, Mr. President? Because labor conflict seems to be at the core of South Africa's inability to grow economically. Thank you.
The Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We have addressed the issue of working together and coordinating our thinking with regard to the economy, with business, labor, and government. We even included the civil society. And the point we've been making has been that given the fact that the economy is not growing sufficiently, what can we do, all of us, to address that matter? And indeed, there has been agreements that have emerged that we should work together. But of course, between labor and business, there is a relationship which continues between the two. One of the challenges, for an example, is what can we do if the economy is not growing at a level expected? What then has happened, and we have taken action before when the economy was challenged, that all these sectors agreed to put aside some funds so that instead of the workers being taken out, they can, during that time, be skilled in the meantime. We have done so and we have reached agreements. We have also met to discuss what are the critical things. And that's when we have presented the 9-point plan as one of the issues we've got to work together. As business, that business must invest on those kind of sectors we have identified. And there has been an agreement between the sectors that are different. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mr.
President, With regards to the 9-point plan, the emphasis has always been on rural development, land reform, and ensuring that there is economic development. However, we find that the land reform process and rural development itself has clearly failed. Could you perhaps, Mr. President, tell us what are we going to do differently to try and improve the quality of life of the people in the poorest of the areas, and that is the rural development areas throughout the country? Thank you, Mr. President.
The Honorable the President.
And thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Rural Development Program has not failed. In fact, throughout the country, there are projects that are being run by the people, a variety of programs throughout. We have been launching programs. We've been visiting some of the programs. For an example, agriculture. We have been, people have taken to themselves to plow, and they've been reaping, and they are now sending their products to the markets. And we've been in different places where people themselves say there is no longer shortage of food in the areas where they are. So there's been a lot of work that has been undertaken by rural development, working together with agriculture. So there is a development that you can identify in the rural areas. I don't think we have reached a point where we say, what else can we do? What alternative methods? Because the methods that we are using at the moment, it is working. It is being accepted by the people who are indeed participating in those programs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We now come to question number 14, asked by the Honorable, the Leader of the Opposition, to the President of the Republic. The Honorable the President.
Honorable Speaker, I appointed the Interministerial Committee, which is chaired by Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, to preside over the implementation of the Presidential Review Committee, Presidential Review Committee's recommendations. In the recently held Cabinet Lekgotla, the IMC recommended that the Presidential SOC's Coordinating Council be established to give effect to the Presidential Review Committee's recommendations of the SOE Council of Ministers. The recommendation to institute the SOE Council of Ministers was made by the Presidential Review Committee on State-Owned Enterprises, which was appointed in 2010. The PRC's recommendations were approved by Cabinet in April 2013 and were released to the public. The Presidential SOC's Coordinating Council is one of the measures that are being introduced as part of a comprehensive refurbishment of the shareholder model of state-owned companies in order to improve their functioning. The President also chairs other coordinating structures, such as the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Commission, which oversees the implementation of major infrastructure projects across the three spheres of government: national, provincial, and municipal level. The President also chairs the Interministerial Committee on Investment, which coordinates government's efforts at attracting investment. The role of these structures is only to coordinate and supervise and ensure that they all work together and not in isolation. It is not to directly run projects or take over responsibility of line functioning departments. Any such assumption is incorrect. The Cabinet will apply its mind further to the proposal of the IMC. At this stage, no finality has been reached, and there are no terms of reference or any other governance structure for the Council that has been finalized. Let me reiterate that the Interministerial Committee, chaired by Deputy President Ramaphosa, remains responsible for overseeing the stabilization and reform of state-owned enterprises. The proposal to establish the Presidential SOC's Coordinating Council is aimed at assisting to ensure improved oversight and coordination of state-owned companies. We welcome inputs from stakeholders on how to tackle this important task of ensuring that state-owned companies become effective instruments of ensuring radical economic transformation and to improve the lives of our people. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Ngiyabonga Mongameli. Surely in your current new role, I think we would all agree that it then becomes absolutely critical that our first point of intervention starts with South African Airways as a state-owned enterprise. Without doubt, it's become quite clear that South African Airways is in financial and operational difficulty. But all of this process of South African Airways has been chaired by a woman you might know very well, Mr. President, Ms. Dudumye. Now, I am interested to learn that despite her very disastrous performance, has led the airline within the brink of absolute disaster. Mr. President, her name was not even submitted by Treasury when it in fact was submitted for board members. I'm interested to learn, and so is the rest of South Africa, what confidence do you have in her to be able to turn around an airline at such a time as this? Or ultimately, do you believe that she is the fit and proper person to be able to guide SAA to a more prosperous scenario? So I'd like to hear what you think of her role in South African Airways, seeing as she was not even nominated by Treasury.
The Honorable, the President.
Well, firstly, SAA has been in difficulties for a long time. It's not a new matter. For a long time, at one point, we had to find an expert from the United States to come and help. It did not solve the problem of the SAA. So it's not a new thing that the SAA is in difficulties. And we've been trying in many ways. And there have been different CEOs and chairpersons that have been in SAA. It's not for the first time. I have to hear who was the chair who succeeded to take the SAA out of trouble. And therefore, the work done by the person you are mentioning has been to try to get the SAA out of trouble. And they've been working together with the Treasury for a long time. And therefore, as an individual, I don't see any difference that has come from what she has done and from what other chairs have done before. The SAA has been in trouble. We are trying to get the SAA out of trouble. And therefore, the current board was submitted to Cabinet recently, and the Cabinet has approved it. And I was not even there because I was out of the country. So I did not even argue in the Cabinet. Cabinet took a decision on the basis of them looking at the board. And they've taken a decision, which means the Cabinet has confidence on all the members that were adopted. Yes, I do. No, I do. I've answered your question. I do. I've seen her working like all other chairs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Groenewald.
Agbare Speaker, ek wil eintlik 'n vorige vraag gevra het, maar ek sal op
Just a minute, so that I can hear you, my brother.
Terwyl die president sy gehoorapparaatjie reg kry, ek wou eintlik by hom gehoor het sy agbare minister in Quinty sê 90% van die landelike ontwikkeling was 'n mislukking, maar
Honorable
hy dink dit was goed.
Groenewald, that will be lost because the Honorable President is trying to put the earpiece.
Are you ready, Honorable
Please
President?
yes, proceed, Honorable
Goed.
Groenewald.
Agbare Speaker, wat die agbare president eintlik hierso sê is dat die interministeriële komitee onder leierskap van die adjunkpresident het nie sy werk behoorlik gedoen nie. Die vraag is, hoekom moet daar nou 'n koördinerende komitee onder die voorsitterskap van die president gestig word, waar hy nie eers tyd het om partyt ons genoeg in die land te wees nie, en hoekom kon die adjunkpresident nie direk aan hom dan gerapporteer het wat die probleme is nie? Wat gaan hy andersins kan doen om die probleme op te los in die openbare entiteite? Dankie.
The Honorable the President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I indicated, the Deputy President was asked to lead a ministerial committee that was looking at the presidential committee that had made recommendations, and he is dealing with those matters. It is that ministerial committee that looked at this issue and made this recommendation on a different kind of scale of the committees or the departments or the enterprises departments that we are talking about. This recommendation is putting all of them together. The first one of the one that the Deputy President is chairing was looking at the recommendation that was made by a committee aside. He has also been chairing others that are dealing with specific areas of work. It is that committee that says all the enterprises departments should be put together to be coordinated by a bigger committee, which must be chaired by the President as he chairs, for an example, the Infrastructure Coordinating Commission, not to run them, but to coordinate them. It's different from the matters that the Deputy President is chairing. So that is a difference I think we should make. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Kubisa.
Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable President, I think the establishment of these committees is not just a cosmetic exercise, but it's meant to deal with the perennial issues that have been there, the challenges that have been there. In your own way, Mr. President, what do you believe are the main challenges facing these state-owned companies, and how can they be dealt with with immediate effect or in a short, long-term period? Thank you very much.
The Honorable the President.
I think what we have been saying is that the state-owned enterprises are working at times in silos, in a different kind of ways. Much as many are working well, others might not have worked well, but we thought it was important, and that is what the proposal is, that we coordinate them so that they can work better and pull together their efforts on matters and coordinate instead of one working in one direction and the other in one direction. That will help us to be able to supervise them in a coordinated fashion, and that will be different than when they're working just on their own or having to do coordination on their own. This time around, from the presidency, we'll be able to supervise and see where the weaknesses are and what we need to do to address those weaknesses. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Holomisa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. President, it is not so much about the structural rearrangement of the state entities, but more about lack of trust and confidence in your leadership. Sadly, by some of your cabinet members and your party structures who are calling for you to be recalled. How is your chairpersonship of the envisaged council going to build the lost confidence and end what your deputy calls government in war with itself? Thank you.
The Honorable the President.
Well, I'm not sure that the enterprises have been at war with themselves. I'm not aware of that. And secondly, I haven't heard the ministers saying they've got no confidence in the president. I've heard voices of people raising their own views, and they have a right to raise their views, and they've not explained, even those who are speaking out there, what are these issues? And I can't spend my time, therefore, addressing that issue. As a political activity that politicians get involved in, we are very much accustomed to that. So that's not the issue. We are dealing with enterprises here to make the departments of government to work and enterprises to work. Whether a person has a view about you and anybody else is a different matter. It does not affect what the government is doing. But politicians have a right to raise issues about you, about me, about anyone. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
We now come to question number 15, raised by the Honorable Memezi to the President of the Republic. The Honorable the President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Government, through the Interministerial Committee on Investment Promotion, has identified 40 priority investment projects across government. These 40 projects include the agro-processing and agri-parks, energy and infrastructure, manufacturing and services projects. They were selected based on having a high-scale economic impact linked to the 9-point plan, being able to take off within the next 2 years, and the ability to attract further investment and community benefits. The IMC on investment will further discuss these projects and approve them for implementation. The top 10 projects that are under consideration for implementation in the next 2 years are the following. 1, the construction of Mzimvubu Dam and the water project in the Eastern Cape. 2, BAIC Automotive, a new automotive plant at Kucha in Port Elizabeth. 3, CIPLA, new biologics plant for medicines at Dube Trade Port in KZN. 4, AB InVep, a new agricultural project for barley and hopes and building the agro supply chain in Northwest, Limpopo, Northern Cape, and Western Cape Province. 5, Clover, the establishment of a multidisciplinary industrial park to grow the dairy industry and value chain in KZN and Eastern Cape provinces. 6, Free State and Eastern Cape apple production, which is part of Distel's apple juice concentrate project for apple production in Harrismith, in the Free State, and Elliot in the Eastern Cape. Kolocha Aquaculture Development Zone, development of a marine aqua development zone for Abalone farming in Kolocha, Eastern Cape. 8, Gakamutiri Molewa Agri Park, the development of an agri hub in Springbok Pen, Northwest. 9, Transnet Offshore Supply Base, the development of an offshore supply base in the port of Saldanha, Western Cape by Transnet. And 10, metallurgical cluster, Musina, development of a metallurgical cluster for mineral beneficiation and a special economic zone in the Musina and Makadu corridor, Limpopo. Communities will benefit from economic development of the areas, attracting further investment, job creation, better infrastructure, and opportunities for SMME and cooperative development and food security, particularly in the agro-processing and agri-parks projects. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Memezi.
Ndiyabulela somlomo. Enkosi kakhulu mongameli ngale mpendulo yakho. Ndinethemba elikhulu lokuba isizwe sakuthi nabanamehlo okubona bayabona, nabanendlebe zokuva bayeva. Le misebenzi yokwakhiwa kwengqalasizinda nophuhliso ekulo lonke elilizwe imisebenzi enoncedo kakhulu. Obekekileyo mongameli angake acacisele lendlu nesizwe jikelele ukuba uzokwenza ntoni urhulumente ukuqinisekisa ukuba kuyo yonke le misebenzi abahlali nabantu abahluphekayo kuwo wonke amaphondo bafumana imisebenzi babuye bathathe nenxaxheba kumathuba ezoqoqosho kule misebenzi bagqibele beba ngoosomashishini abadala imisebenzi ngokwabo ngenxa yokuqeqeshwa kwezi project zikarhulumente kaKhongolose. Ndiyabulela.
Ilungu elihloniphekile umongameli.
Lungu elihloniphekileyo, njengoba kaloku senza lemsebenzi singuhulumende kuwo wonke amaphondo, siyenza lonto ngayo phela injongo yokwakha imisebenzi nokuthi abantu bakulamaphondo bathathe inxaxheba ekubeni nabo babe khona futhi baxhamle kulokho esikwenzayo. Yeyona njongo leyo eyenza uba singalali sehla senyuka kuba sifuna abantu bakowethu baphangele kutshintshe nempilo zabo zibe bhetele. Lokho ke khona sikwenzayo yaye ubungqina bukhona xa uya apho sesenze khona inzame zokuba kube khona imisebenzi uyawubafumana abantu bephangela besho bese besithi imeko ayisafani nayizolo. Into ke leyo siyenzayo into leyo engqinwa ngabantu esisebenza nabo bakowethu ebekade behlupheka ngoku abalibonayo kusasa uba hayi liyeza ngalorhulumente injalo indaba. Ndiyabulela.
The Honorable Hill Lewis.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Just for your future reference and information, point number 9 in the 9-point plan is Operation Pakisa. And one of the projects identified in Operation Pakisa was the Durban Dugout Port, a critical infrastructure investment project, which I would argue after Medupi and Kusile is probably the most important infrastructure project in South Africa at the moment. Yet, we have now heard from Transnet that the construction on the Durban Dugout Port will only commence in 2021 and will only be completed in 2025. It's been pushed back some 7 years from when you announced it in your State of the Nation address. Now, given that, and given what we know about the critical role that infrastructure investment plays in creating jobs and kickstarting the economy, how can we take anything you've said in your reply to this question seriously when that fundamentally important project has been delayed so badly? I will remind you, Mr. President, that this party, the DA, have committed to spend 10% of GDP on infrastructure investment, and when we are in government, we do that. Your party, on the other hand, since you've become president, sir, have underspent on infrastructure in every single year since 2009, and now this critical project you're delaying even further. How can we take anything you've said seriously today when that's your track record? Thank you.
The Honorable the President.
Well, Madam Speaker, we have taken very serious decisions with regard to infrastructure, and we are doing infrastructure in South Africa. And it cannot be true that we have done nothing much as we have taken decisions. We have done a lot. We have put a lot of money as well. One project that the honorable member is talking about, I might not have the details of the reason why it is being pushed back a bit, but there must be very good reasons if that has been taken as a decision. You are not saying that the project is cancelled. You know there are many, many, many other issues, including the economic problems of the country. Now, I don't want to guess and say this is a specific decision, that it has been pushed back, if it has been. But it's a project that we look forward that it will further expand the economic activities of the country. There must be very good reasons that have been maybe taken into consideration. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Esther Reason.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable President, while the Inter-Ministerial Committee on Investment provides some relief to foreign investors, especially after your sending to the disastrous Protection of Investment Act earlier this year, my question is, As the IMC spans all clusters of government, 40 projects on all clusters, does such a wide sweep not lend itself in principle to ineffectiveness? Should the IMC not rather be concentrating on a few key portfolios to bolster foreign investment? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, he was talking a little bit away from the mic. I couldn't get him half of at the beginning.
Can you repeat, Honourable Reason?
Madam Speaker, Honourable President. I said the Interministerial Committee on Investment provides some relief to foreign investors, especially after assenting to the disastrous Protection of Investment Act earlier this year. My question is that as the IMC spans all clusters of government, that's 40 projects across all clusters, does such a wide sweep not lend itself in principle to ineffectiveness? Should the IMC not rather be concentrating on a few key portfolios to bolster foreign investment? Thank you.
Honourable President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I did indicate in my presentation that the IMC has identified 40, and it has taken priority to 10. And that comes to your point. We are not saying we're going to do 40 at the same time. We are specifically taking 10 out of 40 that we are focusing on. I don't think that means we are therefore burdening the committee to discuss all 40. But we are looking at the 10 and working on them, and then say here are 10 projects that we would think investment must come urgently on. It's not the whole 40. Then we bring the next lot, etc. We are prioritizing on what we believe can attract investment quicker, and we can, in a sense, work on them that they are prepared, they are bankable, etc. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Mr. President, we talk about new projects to be implemented shortly. However, Mr. President, the poultry industry is already complaining with the cheap imports that are coming into the country. There is a great possibility a lot of them will close down. And the other issue with regards to economic development, Mr. President, is the lack of urgency in developing the leather, textile, clothing, and plastic industry. And we are emphasizing on bringing in cheap products from China and things, which is creating more joblessness in South Africa. So could you please tell me, Mr. President, on the one hand, we want to boost economic development. On the other hand, we are bringing in these cheap imports, which is really creating less jobs, or many people are now beginning to lose their jobs as a result thereof. Thank you.
The Honourable the President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government has been working very hard on the issue of the cheap goods that come in to work out the rules that we reduce that so that we are able to allow our own economy and our own development of textile, etc., to be able to work. These are the countries we deal with that have been taking those kind of action. The DTI in particular has been working very hard, and we've been succeeding to reduce the volume of those. And I'm sure we couldn't do that overnight. Those are issues we've been concerned about. These are issues we are discussing with those countries in terms of our country-to-country relationship. And I don't think we can achieve that on a day, given also the fact that there are many other countries that are not very far from us who are also importing such goods, and those goods do find their way to our country, given the fact that there is more economic activities in this country. But it's a matter we are addressing, particularly the Department of Trade and Industry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, we now come to question number 16, asked by the Honourable Ntombela to the President of the Republic. The Honourable the President.
Madam Speaker, the Constitution provides for the establishment of 3 spheres of government, ranging from national, provincial, and municipal level. These spheres are distinctive, interdependent, and interrelated. The three spheres have to exercise their powers and functions in such a manner that their policies and executive actions can be effectively synchronized to help facilitate efficient and effective delivery of basic services rather than competing against one another. It is a matter of fact that some services remain fragmented and poor communities continue to suffer. The separate spheres of government should help work best to consolidate service delivery to our people rather than working against one another. There are some executive functions which are best suited at the national sphere, while others are better handled at the provincial administration, whereas the local municipalities are good at their own functions, such as provision of water and provision of water to our communities. Government has introduced a comprehensive legislative and institutional framework to give into effect the letter and spirit of the constitutional provision for cooperative governance. Some of the reforms include the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act, which seeks to promote and facilitate intergovernmental relations and provides procedures and mechanisms for settling disputes between the spheres of government. Various structures that bring together different spheres of government and promote corporate governance have also been established. These include President's Coordinating Council at the national level, the Premier's Intergovernmental Forum at provincial level, and the district intergovernmental forums at district levels. There are also forums that coordinate the work of government at secretarial level. Departments with concurrent functions have ministerial committees called the MINMECs, where relevant ministers meet with relevant MECs to coordinate implementation of government services in the sector. In 2009, we also established the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation to monitor the performance of government across the three spheres and to ensure that government departments work together to deliver services to the people. Another reform we introduced is the signing of performance agreements between the department, between the president and the ministers, which are then translated into delivery agreements between ministers and their counterparts in provinces and municipalities. The delivery agreements outline what each sphere of government has to contribute in order to ensure that services are delivered to the people. Finally, we introduced the back to basics approach to local government. This is an important intervention since most service delivery happens in municipalities. One of the aims of the Back to Basics program is to strengthen mechanisms for public participation. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Ntombela.
Angibonge kuwena Somlomo. Ncamalala. Singabuye senze kanjani njengohulumeni ekuqinisekeni ukuthi izikhungo zokusiza two song centers zizixhumanisi zolwazi ekusizeni nasekululekeni imiphakathi yethu ukuze kuqiniseke ukuthi yonke iminyango kahulumeni iletha izinsiza ngokusheshsha emphakathini yethu. Ngiyabonga.
Ohloniphekile Mongameli.
Siyabonga Somlomo, sibonge elungwini elihloniphekileyo. Phela lezi zikhungo njengoba sizenza nje eindaweni ezahlukahlukene zibheke khona ekutheni zisize imphakathi nemphakathi nayo yazi ukuthi uma ifuna usizo ayihambi indawo ezinde kodwa iyashesha ukufika lapho kufuneka khona bathole usizo nensiza abantu. Kuyenzeka ke lokho kuyathuthuka endaweni eziningi. Siyacabanga ukuthi kwezinye indawo sekuyenzeka, kwezinye indawo kusesemathubeni ukuthi kwenzeke, kwezinye indawo sisaphokophelele ukuthi nakhona futhi kufinyelele. Yona njongo esinayo le ukuthi imphakathi isizakale njengoba phela sisho sithi izinsiza nokusiza abantu kufanele ukuthi kusondele ebantwini kunoma abantu bahamba indawo ezinde bayothola lapha bayothola khona usizo ukuthi phela akwenzeki konke lokho ngelanga elilodwa noma ngobusuku obodwa njengoba sisebenza nje ilokhu siqhubeka silima indima sibuye siqalenye sibuye silimenye siyoze sifike nalapho esingakafiki khona kodwa lezi khungo zenzelwe khona ukuthi zisize abantu okuyibona phela sisebenzela bona. Siyabonga Somlomo.
The Honorable Mileham.
Mr. President, you spoke a moment ago about the separation of the three spheres of government. Now, Section 1391B of the Constitution provides that a municipality may be placed under provincial administration when it cannot or does not fulfill an executive obligation in terms of the Constitution or legislation. There were a number of municipalities that were still under administration at the end of the last term of council, in other words, on the 3rd of August 2016. Does the President agree that the new council should be given the opportunity to govern their municipalities without provincial intervention? And if so, what do you intend to do to end the Section 139 interventions, which have run past the election date? Or if not, why not?
The Honorable the President.
Well, if not, why not? It's because we are not necessarily after elections. Now, suddenly we are running a new country. It's the same, it's a continuation. That's the reason. And therefore, those who will come in will have to follow what has happened. Because if you say there were those that were not performing, you have got to make them perform. So that's the reason why you will continue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Filtane.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. President, I put it to you that there is very little effective coordination between the three spheres of government, as well as the participation of the public in the service delivery by government. National and provincial level, there's hardly any involvement of the public, generally speaking. At local government level, there's limited public participation called the IDP process, to an extent that effectively people are involved in the implementation of government programs. Public is not involved in the conceptualization policy formulation, planning, budgeting, and monitoring of government programs. Government do that exclusively. Question, how can the public involvement be enhanced so they can benefit through skills, if they were to participate in the processes I've mentioned, as well as financially, given that the current legislation puts no sentence or penalties when the legislature fails to accentuate public participation so that the executive can deliver in conjunction with the public? That's my question. Thank you.
The Honorable the President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I don't know whether I can put it to the honorable members that it is happening. There is coordination and working together. Government departments go to the people and meet with them and engage. The legislatures, they go to the people. The NCOP takes parliament to the people. They discuss matters of how government must go in this country, including legislation. There is a period where the bills are opened for comments by the population. So I don't think it is absolutely correct to say they don't participate in any way. There are imbizos that are done wherein people come in every other. Now, of course, your point as you make the sign to me, we are saying it's very little. As your opinion. That's your opinion. I think there is interconnection. Perhaps you need to make a proposal if you think you need to do more of that. We should be taken. We always take advice, constructive advice we always take. But I say we are interaction at all levels. We do go. As government, on our own, we meet to discuss our programs. As I said, there is PCC, wherein the president meets with all the premiers and the SALGA, where we discuss programs of government, and they go to meet with the people. Perhaps your view, of course, is that it's not enough. We take the point. Perhaps we could look into that, whether we could increase such interaction. What I was just worried about is for you to say it's very little that is happening. Because we go to a number of places throughout the country. And that's why I was putting it back to you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Shlengwa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Sholozi, just to go back to the issue of Section 139, the recent elections delivered quite a number of hung councils. And already the threat or the acts of using 139 is looming. Mtuba, Abakulusi, and the failure to constitute Jozini, Mkhanyakude district, and the overhauling of Ngutu, and therefore the delay in the establishment of Umzinyati district. Now, Mr. President, we have put in place, as you've also outlined, quite a comprehensive list of things that must be done as checks and balance to ensure that the interdependentness of government is functional. But how do we avoid the unintended consequences of political abuse and political expedience, particularly by MECs, and in this case, the MEC of Kokta and KwaZulu-Natal, who has a direct and vested interest in Jozini, where she's aiding and abetting the chaos with the hope to actually use Section 139. So how do we protect and enhance these checks and balances such that they are not open and suspect to abuse, and actually they work in favor of service delivery and good governance? Because what is happening now means that the hung councils are in the first line of firing for the interventions of Section 139. And that should obviously be of concern because it would be an abuse of democratic principles. Thank you.
The Honorable the President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we have dealt with the general principle on this matter. Once the honorable member gets to the specifics of a particular area and particular MECs, these are the details one would not be able to comment on because I don't know the details. I might now venture to discuss the matter. I don't know what is it that is making the process to be slow or whatever. Now, you have your own interpretation of what are the intentions of the MEC. I don't know, because I'm not in that situation. I was dealing with the general principle that we needed to follow, but there would be specific cases, and some cases may not be necessarily the same. For an example, the issue we're raising is because there's been hung kind of municipalities. These are new kind of things that come. How to deal with that? Now, I don't think I would be able to deal with that kind of situation as a specific case. Otherwise, I'm going to give a wrong answer. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Leader of the Opposition is asking the Honorable the President question number 17. Honorable President.
Oh, okay. Madam Speaker, South Africa, like many other countries in the world, has witnessed a decline in economic growth in the last few years as the global economy lost momentum. Increasing interest rates in developing economies, constrained fiscal positions, lower commodity prices, and increased political tensions in parts of the world have suppressed both business and consumer sentiments. At the G20 meeting I attended in Hangzhou, China, leaders discussed how we can act collectively and in a coordinated manner to support and ensure that growth is sustainable, balanced, and inclusive. The summit reiterated its commitment towards using all policy tools to ignite growth. In particular, the Chinese presidency of the G20 prioritized the implementation of structural reforms as well as their individual comprehensive growth strategies, which outline policy commitments to increase their domestic growth performance and, in turn, contribute to the global growth. There is general consensus that countries have to prioritize structural reform as an effort to support domestic economies and contribute to better performance of the global economy. Our efforts to support the South African economy are anchored by the National Development Plan and supported by the 9-point plan. As government, we have made advances on our structural reforms in many areas, namely improving electricity availability, improving labor relations, improving the ease of doing business, such as the Invest South Africa initiative and the establishment of one-stop shops, which is taking place. Fiscal reforms, supporting SMEs, reforms in state-owned companies, information technology, transport, competition, and water provision, opening up sectors for private sector participation. Government's efforts are further supported by improved collaboration with the private sector and labor. For instance, business has been working on various initiatives to support the economy. This includes recommendations for sector interventions in tourism, agriculture, health, manufacturing, setting up of a small business fund, and already 1.5 billion rand has been raised. The Black Business Council has requested the participation of Black asset fund managers, initiatives to support youth employment. Finally, in our recently held Cabinet Lekgotla, we resolved to take all actions necessary to reinforce policy certainty and improve business confidence. We will do this while simultaneously communicating a clear message that growth-friendly fiscal consolidation will continue. The Cabinet Lekgotla also reiterated that it remains committed to the February 2016 fiscal targets, which are aimed at stabilizing debt and containing the rate of increase in debt service costs. The Cabinet Lekgotla resolved to take the steps necessary to change the composition of expenditure towards investment so that government can make a contribution towards growing the economy and creating more work opportunities. Madam Speaker, we therefore have every reason to believe that our collective actions as South African can deliver a better economic performance in the next few months and years. Data last week showing that the South African economy grew at 3.3% quarter on quarter in the second quarter of 2016 is a good sign that our collective efforts are beginning to yield results. We are sending a good signal to investors and rating agencies. I thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honorable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. President, I think this is one of the most crucial issues that we can discuss. And in fact, we can't even begin to laugh about it. My primary issue here is the fact that, Speaker, can you protect me?
Order, honorable members. We are protected, Honorable Maimane.
We can't, because 8.9 million South Africans are without work. What my challenge is that, Mr. President, none of us want a downgrade. But you have ministers issuing statements on investigation on banks. You have a cabinet at war with itself. There is a clear perceived conflict between the presidency and Treasury. My understanding and my question is both of those things are not helping deal with the perception that South Africa is a safe place to invest in. So we can have a 1-point plan, a 9-point plan. So long as we don't stabilize the perception that South Africa has, we are not going to achieve this. So my question to you, Mr. President, is whether you agree with Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, who stood up in public and said, we are a government at war with itself. I want to know from you whether you agree with the Deputy President and what actions are you in fact going to take to stop this war with itself, or does it benefit you politically? because it certainly is not helping the people at home. I'd be interested to find out what you'd like to say.
The Honorable the President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is no war between the presidency and the treasury. There is no war. I'm saying there is no war between the presidency and the treasury. This is what we have said. I'm clarifying that point. It must be as clear as anything. There's no war between the presidency and the treasury. Earlier I said, I don't know any war within government. No, I'm saying, you asked Ramaphosa, I'm saying there is no war within government. And that's a clear answer.
Order.
Whatever perceptions people might have, and perceptions are perceptions, if there are people who make statements about whatever, if those people, the statements are wrong, we deal with the matter. There's one matter I'm attending to. There's one matter I'm attending to of Minister Zwan. I'm engaging Minister Zwan on what he said. Now, I don't think we should balloon that as if there is war in government. There isn't. You can specify people who make statements and deal with those issues. No, I'm engaging with the minister on that matter, or the statement that I heard of, I was not here. And I'm engaging with him. I've started discussing the matter with him. And I'm then saying, therefore, as government, we are addressing matters that are there, like the matter of a statement that I heard, which was even debated here. I'm engaging with the minister on that one. I don't know other statements that have been made. I've answered you on that one. I've answered you on that one. You asked Ramaphosa. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Manana.
Angibonge Somlomo. Baba Mongameli. Ingaba usuqalile yini ukubonakala umphumela wokusebenzisana phakathi kahulumeni nosomabhizinisi kanye nezinhlangano zezisebenzi. Lokhu ngikususela emihlanganweni kahulumeni abenayo kanye nasomabhizinisi nezinhlangano zabasebenzi emva kokuba umnotho wethu lapha eSouth Africa wehlisiwe esigabeni esiphansi izinhlangano zamazwe omhlaba eqelisa amazwe ngokwezomnotho ngokukhula komnotho wawo. Ngiyabonga.
Ohloniphekile umongameli.
Somlomo ngiyabonga. Ngibonge kanye naselungu nehloniphekileyo. Imphumela yokukhuluma okukhona phakathi kosomabhizinisi nabasebenzi kanye nohulumeni ngesinye isikhathi ukuxuba ngisho umphakathi kuyabonakala okwenzekayo. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi sike sabona kulezi insuku ezidlule ngoba sike sahlangana nabo bonke laba sibabonile bephuma eSouth Africa behamba bonke kanye kanye behamba neminister yezezimali bekhuluma nezwe ukulitshena ukuthi yini esiyenzayo sihlangene thina silezi ingxenye ezahlukahlukene. Lokho kwenze ngisho izwe uqobo labona ukuthi siyasebenzisana phakathi kwesimo ebesinenselelo ngempela ezesabekayo. Kukhona ke ukubonakalayo kwenzekayo. Na njengoba nje uzwile ngikhuluma lapho ukuthi abaqapheli bezokukhula kwezomnotho bakhuluma into ethusa abantu abaningi ngoba bekade kuthiwa umnotho awukhuli la. Baqhamuka sebethu usukhule ngamaphesenti amathathu nje kuseduze nje. Lokho kusho ukuthi umnotho kukhona okwenzayo. Lokho kuyimphumela eminye yokuhlangana nokuxoxisana phakathi kwazamabhizinisi kanye nabasebenzi kanye nohulumeni. Iyabonakala ke imphumela, kuyasithokozisa ke lokho ngoba sibona ukuthi hayi nokho umcebo uyeza. Noma kunzima ngoba phela izwe lonke jikelele likhungethwe inhlupheko yokuthi ezomnotho asikhuli. Njengoba izwe selaxhumana ke alikho izwe limalodwa nje eceleni. Izwe nezwe lixhumekeke kwelinye ukuthi lakhula kanjani. Njengoba ngisho nje ngithi besihlangene eChina ibikhulunywa le ndaba ngoba indaba esegudwini. Ngiyabonga mphathi ngiyabonga somlo.
The Honorable Esther.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. President, despite the value of the rand being low, inflation is lower than anticipated and should keep interest rates down as well. Low currency and low inflation gives us a wonderful opportunity in global export markets. And with the above in our favor and combined with our rich natural resources, we should, under normal circumstances, be able to prevent a further ratings downgrade. But, Mr. President, don't you agree that a coalition formed in local government on the basis that the citizens are forming a united front against corruption, as well as the negative impact on public debt levels of the leading bond investors deciding to no longer lend money to state-owned enterprises? This shows that business has lost trust, in the current government's ability. This could then be the only reason for a ratings downgrade. Would you agree with this assessment, Mr. President?
The Honorable the President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, I don't agree. There are many things that the Honorable Member says which are not necessarily true. He says people have lost confidence in the ruling party. It's absolutely not true. In these past local government elections, the ruling party is leading in the country. Absolutely. You may not be aware, is leading. The opposition put together, they've got a very small percentage overall. What has happened in 3 metros, there's no party that won. Of all the parties that were contesting, there is not a single party that won. Whoever had to form government had to depend on the coalition. So it does not, therefore, back your assumption that people have said we have no confidence in this party. It's not true. Absolutely. And that's why I don't agree with you. And therefore, the fact that our economy, the economy is picking up, I don't know why should the rating agencies move against the facts, as it were, because I think they look at how the economy is performing and how also the country itself is. If you take the very coalitions that we are talking about, it indicates the maturing of democracy. We've reached a stage where parties can talk and have coalitions. What else do you need? If the parties were not doing so, and there was no understanding among parties, then the rating agencies should have been worried. This time they know there are local governments that are going to be formed because others have been won. The majority of those won by the ANC, just a few where there are coalitions. What is it? The democracy is working. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
We now come to question number 18, asked by the Honorable Mabasa to the President of the Republic. The Honorable the President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. This year's Tokyo International Conference on African Development, called TIGAD 6, summit focused on advancing Africa's development agenda. It brought together heads of state and or government, as well as leading industrialists, top business executives, and heads of business associations from Africa and Japan to promote a high-level policy dialogue between these leaders and to mobilize support for African-owned development initiatives such as the African Union's Agenda 2063. Japan has been a major Asian project sponsor in Africa over the past 10 years. The amount of Japanese project finance commitments over the 10 years since 2005 have totaled $33.5 billion US. At the TIGAD summit in Kenya, the Japanese Prime Minister pledged $30 billion US in public and private sector investment for infrastructure development, education, and healthcare for the African continent. This will be done in cooperation with the African Development Bank over a period of 3 years. We held talks with Japanese Prime Minister Mr. Shinzo Abe prior to the summit to further strengthen relations between South Africa and Japan. South Africa is Japan's largest trade partner on the African continent. About 140,000 people are employed by Japanese firms operating in South Africa. The Minister of Trade and Industry also held meetings with Japanese investors who expressed an interest in investing in our infrastructure, particularly energy, oil, and gas, advanced infrastructure technology, agro, and aquaculture sectors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable President. Honorable Mabasa.
Nakensa, President. Mhloniphi President, nipfumelelana na n'wina. Infrastructure iphuphu ya economy na nhluvukiso wa vaaki.
Could you please, just a bit? Are you okay, Mr. President? Continue, Honorable Mabasa.
Infrastructure iphuphu ya economy na nhluvukiso wa vaaki eka tiko rin'wana na rin'wana. Matiko hinkwawo ya misava lama hluvukeke mana infrastructure leyi tiyeke. Xikongomelo xa conference ya infrastructure a ku ri ku nghenisa xandla eka nhluvukiso wa matiko ya Afrika ku nga ri South African ntsene. Ndzi tshemba ku ri mi ta pfumelelana na mina President ku ri xin'wana xa nkoka i nhlayiseko wa infrastructure. Nda khensa.
Honorable Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yes, indeed, the maintenance of the infrastructure is absolutely important. Firstly, you need to build it, and after building it, you have got to maintain it. Infrastructure is indeed, I agree with you, a key factor in economic development. Part of our problem today in South Africa is that over the years, decades and decades, the infrastructure was faulty because it was not meant to accommodate all the population. And that's why we have a problem. We have a problem to expand it, the old one, which was not covering the whole country, maintain it, refurbish it. So it is correct. Precisely because we are looking at expanding and growing the economy. That's why we came with a massive program to build the infrastructure, which includes the 9-point plan. Absolutely. So I agree with you. It is important, and that's why we are focusing on it for economic growth. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, President. The next follow-up question will be from Honorable Mokhalapa.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Mr. President, the Tokyo International Conference on Africa Development, like the Forum on Africa and China Cooperation, has given Africa a raw deal in terms of the big empty promises that were made in terms of infrastructure development. You would agree that Africa is still lagging behind in as far as infrastructure is concerned. China has pledged $60 billion to Africa, as well as Japan has pledged $30 billion. You've just alluded to the fact that over $33 billion was spent. But there seem to be no tangible, successful infrastructure project in Africa to unlock intra-Africa trade and to make sure that infrastructure development across Africa is happening. So wouldn't you say it is part of your leadership failure as the chairperson of the continental body that deals with infrastructure coordination across, called the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Council of the African Union? What steps are you taking to ensure that these committed funds that has been given by the Asians are used for tangible, specific infrastructure progress in Africa to unlock investment and to ensure that there is intra-Africa trade? I thank you.
Honorable President.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, the honorable member reminds what somebody told me somewhere. He says, Mr. President, it is clear that even if somebody loses his or her shoelace, we'll say Zuma is responsible. Because we are dealing with infrastructure of the continent, and you are making headways. And the honorable member says we are responsible for this failure. You know, we have the infrastructure in the continent, and Japanese are investing. Japanese are conducting infrastructure construction in a number of countries, including Kenya, where we were. Their companies are working there. They've voted more money, $30 billion US, part of which must be invested in the infrastructure specifically to help what Africa is doing. That's part of the meeting. In fact, those leaders who were there and industrialists praised that summit in the first instance that it is held for the first time in Africa. And secondly, there were concrete discussions taking place on specific projects, and the businesses from China were there, from Japan, were there. So it can't be correct. Your views about what happened in Kenya, they can't be correct. Fact that they have voted or given $30 billion US in addition to what they are doing in Africa, we can't say Africa has got a raw deal. And there were even new agreements taken between companies in Kenya. So I wouldn't agree with you. I think they are making a contribution to Africa. They are building infrastructure in some countries and not one country. So your assumption and assertion, I don't think it is accurate, Honorable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable President. The next follow-up question will come from Honorable Esther Hazen.
Thank you, House Chair.
Order, honorable members. Continue, Honorable Esther Hazen.
House Chair, thank you. Mr. President, South Africa being Japan's largest trading partner in Africa, and you mentioned about 140 Japanese companies active in this country. My question, with Japan one of the leading manufacturers in the world on the renewable energy products, how many of these jobs that was created are in the energy sector, and specifically what concrete steps are being taken by the two governments to share technology in the renewable energy sector and create jobs therein, giving this government's clear stance now on proceeding with nuclear energy, despite the Minister of Finance saying that we cannot afford the same? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, Japanese companies are involved in the renewable energy, and that's one of the areas they are active in. And indeed, they are active in many other areas. And we work with them very well. With regard to nuclear, the Japanese and many other countries, we have engaged them on that issue as we've been developing and planning the program for it. So we've been involved. I think we are at a certain stage, and I don't want to get into the argument about whether we go this way or that way. All I know is that we have been discussing the matter has been discussed by the cabinet, by everybody else, and there is a process that is ongoing. And I think there is nothing wrong if the Treasury feels there isn't sufficient money for now. And I think on the basis of that, there is a clear understanding between the Treasury and the energy, how that program should be taken forward. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Siyabonga Mongameli. Umbuso wamaswaphela uzokubuzwa ngumhlonishwa uKhalian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Japan is very magnanimous and generous to Africa, and you've acknowledged that. Now, I would like to ask you, do you not think that this aid is actually a tool of diplomacy? Because Japan wants a permanent seat on the United Nations. And I ask you, sir, would South Africa abide by the AU Isolini consensus, where it wants 2 permanent seats for Africa? Or would you say that you would support our benefactor, who is Japan, for a seat on the UN Security Council?
Fortunately, Slalo, at a different meeting, not in the summit, at a bilateral meeting between ourselves and Japanese Prime Minister, this matter was discussed, not for the first time. The Deputy President was in Japan. At some point, the matter was raised, and the Deputy President put across the African position, the Ezulwini consensus. I couldn't say anything different. Once we discussed with the Prime Minister, the point was put very clear. Africa as a continent, which has been disadvantaged for a long time, has a common position, as Zulwini consensus, and we don't deviate from that one, because it's a position of the continent. The Japanese interaction with Africa is not at all a thing that is trying to woo Africa to accept their position. There's nothing to do with it. It is related to relations, economic relations between Japan and Africa. That discussion is a separate discussion. That's why it could not be discussed in the summit. You could discuss it at a bilateral level. And the position of the continent is very clear. Thank you, Chair.
Sithokoze mhlonishwa mongameli. Logo kusifikisa emaphethelweni wembuza eqondiswe kumhlonishwa umongameli. Siyabonga mhlonishwa.
Kancane nje ungakasuki emhlonishwa. I think it would be unfair for me not to raise my concern about your house. Each time when I come here, I am abused by members of your parliament. Because instead of answering questions, I sit here being called a criminal, a thief. I think this House must do something about it, because we are going to make it very difficult for me to fulfill my constitutional obligation. I think if I don't raise the matter, Chair, I think I'll be failing in my duty. I don't think I should always come here to face people who are not respecting the House in my views. And I have to sit here and wait for the kind of discussions. Your House must do something. If this House is not interested in me answering questions, you must say so, then don't call me. I thought I should make that point. Very important for me. Thank you very much.
Siyathokoza mongameli. Isicelo sakamongameli siza kuthathwa sifikiswe kusomlomo wendlu. Sithokoze. Honorable members, the next item on the order paper is a debate on an urgent matter of national public importance in terms of Rule 130 in the name of Honorable N.S. Shibambu on the challenges facing South African Airways. According to Rule 93, Honorable Malema will act for Honorable Shibambu, who is absent from the House. You are invited to the podium.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think we should correct one thing before we go any further, that it is incorrect to suggest that SAA has never made profit under any chairperson.
Order, honorable members.
Because under the chairpersonship of Cheryl Carlos, the SAA made more than 400 million profit in 2010. And therefore, the answer that says there was never a chairperson in the SAA who made profit is actually a confirmation that the man who presides over this government has got no idea what this government is dealing with. South African Cabinet, Honorable Chair, announced the board of SAA after we had written a letter to the Speaker to ask that this matter be debated here.
Order.
Mrs. Dudu Mieni Zuma has a special relationship with the President and therefore spent most of the time presiding over a personal foundation of the President of the ANC. We are concerned about the role of Dudu Mieni Zuma as a chairperson of SAA board, because during her reign and dominance in
Honorable
SAA,
Chair,
there have been so many things that she did not
Honorable
do right.
Malema, can you please take your seat? Honorable Khadebe.
Chair, I'm rising on Rule 84, which states that a member of this House cannot use offensive language or abusive language. So we cannot deal with the dignity of a person who cannot defend herself here the way the Speaker is speaking. Can you rule on that, please?
Point of order.
Honorable member, having not heard the abusive language and you not having stated, I will look into the Hansard and I will check that. Honorable Malema, please wait. Honorable Steenhuisen.
This chair is painful.
Especially when you see who's been sitting there before.
Criminal.
Just to say to you, House Chairperson, the rules are very specific, and I think the rules are being abused in this instance. Section 88 of the rules sets out very clearly whose dignity may not be impugned by the House. Unfortunately, Ms. Dudu Mayeni, as Honourable Malema said, Zuma, does not fall into the category of Section 88, which gives the Honourable Malema...
Honourable Member, I think I have already ruled on this matter. Honourable Mokoena, is it on the same matter? Because I've already ruled that I will do a follow-up on the matter.
No, we just wanted to add that we agree that Zuma is offensive language in this parliament. Thank you very much.
Continue, Honourable Malema.
Thank you very much. We must confess that in 2 years in a row, Dudumia and Zuma...
Honourable Malema, take your seat. Honourable Zulu.
Honourable Chairperson, Dudumieni is Dudumieni.
Honourable members, please wait. Honourable members, can you give Honourable Zulu a chance? You have been given a chance. Please allow Honourable Zulu to raise her point of order. No, Honourable
No.
Honourable Zulu,
First
you
of
will
all,
raise...
Which rule does she stand on?
Honourable
Which rule?
member, please sit.
She does not have a monopoly
Honourable
to stand
member,
up here.
please sit.
Ms. Lindiwe Zuma
Please
too.
sit. Honourable Zulu, what is your point of order, Honourable member?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Every citizen of South Africa needs to be protected because Dudumieni doesn't have the surname Zuma.
That's why,
so
Honourable,
she needs to be protected
Honourable
from that
Zulu,
point.
I think I ruled on that matter. Thank you very much. Continue, Honourable Malema.
Dudumieni Zuma did not produce financial
Honourable
statement
Malema.
for
Honourable
the next...
Malema. Honourable Malema.
Yes.
Could we please stick to the rules of the House so that we can maintain...
Show me the rule. Which rule says I can't say
No,
that?
you can. I mean, I've never heard of any Dudumi and Zuma.
No,
and I said I
if
will
you didn't hear it, it's your own business. I've heard it. And this is what I'm going to use here.
Honourable
you can't tell me
member,
how I must
let
call
me
people.
just inform you that
Which
that
rule
will
are you
be
referring
followed
to?
up. That
Yes.
will be followed up.
Follow it up.
Yes.
You must know the rules. Now, Dudumi and Zuma has not yet submitted the financial statement of the recently ended financial year.
Point of order, Chair.
In fact,
Point of order, Chair.
That is in one instance.
Honourable Ramala.
Point of order, Chair.
Member, what is your point of order?
Let him sit down first.
No, it's me who will tell him. What is your point of order?
Sit down.
Can I hear your point of order?
Rule 10. Rule 10. I'm raising on Rule 10.
I'm listening.
On contempt. Rule 10.
I'm listening, Honourable Member. Continue.
There is contempt.
I heard you.
Call to order if you want to continue. Otherwise, we can't sit here and listen to a member.
Chair. Honourable Member, please don't make my work difficult. I said, from what has been raised as a point of order by Honourable Khadebe, you are all following up on that point of order, and I ruled on it. Could you please allow me to run the House, please? Continue on. Please. No, I will deal with it. Continue.
Thank you very much.
Honourable Member, please don't force me to do my work otherwise.
Zuma
Continue, Honourable.
abused her proximity to the president of the ANC to bully other members of the board. There was a point where the board agreed to go into partnership with Emirates.
Chairperson, point of order.
Honorable-
Single-handedly
Honorable
cancelled that decision, saying the president
Honorable
is not
Chairperson,
interested in
point
SAA
of order.
going in
Malema.
partnership with
Honorable Malema, could you please take your seat?
Chairperson,
Honorable Dlamini, yes.
It's of no use for the chairperson to keep on saying, I have told him that he's out of order, and not ask him to stop or withdraw. He has to stop or withdraw. Thank you.
House Chairperson. House Chairperson. House Chairperson.
Honorable members.
House Chairperson.
I will come to you. Honorable members, let us understand, honorable members. Order. I'm talking to you. You'll come back again and raise the same issue. Honorable members, the reason why I am saying what I am saying is because Dumieni is not covered in these rules we are talking about. So thank you very much.
You must know the rules. Now, under Dudumieni Zuma, a number of SA staff members are demoralized. Under Dudumieni Zuma, a lot of pilots are not happy with the leadership provided.
Honorable Malema, please sit. Honorable Khadebe.
Thank you, Chairperson. It might not be provided for in the rules, but the constitution of the country is very clear. Every person has got a right to dignity. So we cannot come into this house and give people other names which they do not have. So I think they must be protected as the citizens of this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Order, Chair.
Honorable members, wait,
Order, Chair.
let me respond. I'll come to you.
Please recognize me.
Okay. You're still waiting. I'm sorry, Honorable Steenhuisen, you were first. Let me say, the Constitution does protect every citizen of the country. But in this case, that is why I deferred my ruling on this. And please understand why I did so. Honorable Steenhuisen first.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The Honourable Radebe mustn't quote from the Constitution selectively. It does provide for dignity of people, but I refer him to Section 58 of the Constitution, which gives members of this House freedom of speech. Now, this House has already been taught a lesson with the Bozalek judgment, and if you want us to go back to court and teach you another lesson about this matter, we're happy to do it to you.
Honorable Steenhuisen.
Privilege is a right.
Honorable Malema, just
Privilege
relax.
is a right of members of Parliament so we can have unfettered debates here. There are categories of people, as you've rightly pointed out, who we cannot talk about in disparaging terms, and they're set out here. The chairperson of SAA is not one of them.
Thank you very much, and please, I think I've made a ruling on this issue. Let's allow Honorable Malema to continue with his speech.
Thank you very much. We don't make any statement here which can be overruled by any court, because before we make any statement, it's well researched and within the confines of the Constitution. So you have never won any case against us in court because you are a group of people who can think. Now, Dudumieni Zuma, under Dudumieni Zuma, the international offices of SAA have not been efficiently managed, including the Brazil office where the money generated by the SAA that was not deposited in the main account of the SAA. Under Dudumieni Zuma, who said to be a leader of transformation, SAA has not diversified and transformed its supplier base due to lack of leadership. Under Dudumieni Zuma, SAA has appointed a foreign company from Germany to provide catering to SAA. Under Dudumieni Zuma, The SAA board has failed to appoint a full-time CEO because she was comfortable with acting CEOs whom she will intimidate and change as she wishes. Under Dudu Zuma, the SAA has demonstrated beyond any doubt that they do not understand the airline industry. The EFF is extremely concerned about how all state-owned companies are run and managed, because our politics and ideological standpoint is that the state must play an important role in the economy. The mediocrity and pure incompetence of Dudu Zuma and others deployees in the other critical state institutions undermine otherwise the sensible principle that the state must play a role in the economy. Despite all these realities, the South African government still went ahead to reappoint Dudu Zuma as the chairperson of the board of SAA. We do not care whether the appointment is only for 12 months, because even if she stays for an additional 2 seconds, Dudu is causing so much damage and destruction to the SAA. We stand here as the EFF to demand that the reappointment of Dudu Zuma as a chairperson of SAA board must be reversed, because it was not a rational decision.
Please take your seat. Honorable Zulu, what are you rising on?
I'm asking if Honorable Malema Mpoko would take a question.
Honorable Maloma, are you prepared to take a question?
Yes, bring it.
Honorable Malema, do you understand the abuse of women? Would you accept when I say to you, you add a surname to a woman which does not belong to that woman? Are you aware that Dudu is a married woman with a surname Malema Mpoko?
Honorable Malema?
You are blowing a hot air, just exposing your incapacity to understand the women issues. You want to pretend like you are a feminist when you are not. You are self-serving. It's all about you. So stop using your self-serving ambition and interest for power and masquerading as a feminist, because you are not. Now,
Honorable Member,
we know that the only reason Dudu is retained in the board is because she's got personal interest in the tenders of SAA.
may I just say this? I see
My time, Chair, my time.
They've taken 3 seconds.
My time.
4 seconds. Honorable members, you are welcome in the gallery into this house. But this house has got its own rules, and some of the rules of this house do not allow members in the gallery to participate in the process of the house. So I'm going to ask you not to participate in any way, even by clapping of hands. We welcome you very, very much as members in the gallery. Thank you. Continue, Honorable Malema.
All of you who are here to defend Dudu Zuma, you must know that you are being used for personal agendas of the president. They don't want to build the capacity of the SAA. They are there to milk it and continue to make more money out of it. Dudu and his son, Talente, goes around with bags of money which are collected from people who are doing business with the SAA. Talente, the son of Dudu Zuma, also collects money from people who want to make an appointment with Zuma for whatever reasons. Some of you here, you come to defend Dudu Zuma and her son, a child of 28 years old, with a lot of money stolen from people who want to do genuine business with South Africa. You must think again. Stop defending wrong things. Stop defending corruption. South Africa rejected you because you continue to defend corruption. All of you, you must man up enough and defend this Minister of Finance. This man is the only thing we have in this country. If you can't listen to this man, this country will collapse.
Honorable Malema,
this criminal which was sitting here,
is troubling this man.
Honorable
And
member.
if you're not going to defend the Minister of Finance and you defend the criminal,
Honorable
you must
Malema,
know
Honorable
there
Chair.
will be no
Honorable
country left.
Malema, no.
Let us remove
On a point of order,
and
Chair.
Jacob Zuma
Honorable
from
Malema.
power.
Hello.
Honorable members,
Speaker.
we have a rule. Order. Order. Order.
Chair.
Honorable members, we have a rule in this house that when the speaker stands, the member should sit. Or in this case, the time for Honorable Malema had expired and he continued to speak without my permission. That also, honorable members, will be added when I do my ruling. Thank you very much. And again, honorable members, please listen. Again, honorable members, as indicated, the chair of the board, I want to repeat, Honorable Zulu, Honorable Dlamini, I want to repeat. Honorable members, listen to me. As indicated, the chair of the board is not covered by the rules of this house, yes. The Powers and Privileges Act, however, does create the right of reply for members of the public who are aggrieved. Mrs. Mieni may utilize that option in terms of the Act. Also, other members who want to respond to this matter may use the opportunity provided to them in the speaker's list. Thank you very much. I now call on Honorable Tobias to continue with the debate. Honorable Chauke.
Chair, may I address you on the rules that in case a member goes beyond the order of the chair has the authority to alert the member and then switch off the mic.
Unfortunately, I can't read this one. Unfortunately, I can't switch off that one.
No, you switch from the table where you are seated, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Tobias, please take your debate forward. Order, honorable members. Can we listen to Honorable Tobias?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I will still patiently await an ideological engagement from anybody in this House to question the ideological outlook of the African National Congress and the policies of the ANC. I'm saying, honorable members, I'll patiently await a time where the ideological outlook of the African National Congress is engaged. I'm not going to be simplistic and engage in personalities. Can you allow me to engage in the debate before us? Amidst this important debate, one has no choice but to exercise political maturity. The wisdom derived from tolerance of divergent views leads to cooperation. Honorable Chairperson, let me also hasten to say that the nostalgia around here today to discuss the state of the South African Airways cannot be attributed to its performance nor its leadership. But, and I repeat, but to the basic principles of stakes, which in this context are very high, but I guess this is a debate for another day. Honorable Chairperson, Roy McAndrews, in his book called Contemporary Ideologies, when he referred to leadership and manipulation, said, and I quote, "Ideologies incite people to action But to what kind of action? And for what purpose? Depends very much on the context and substance. He said manipulation of ideas often involves the conscious and deliberate formulation of propositions that incite people to action for ends that are clearly perceived only by those in power or attempting to get political power. I'm quoting this because today, those who are attempting to get political power are trying to incite us to believe that we are not on course. Yet we know as the African National Congress we are on course. They may promise peace in order to make war, freedom in order to establish an authoritarian system, and I close quotes. A totalitarian...
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable Mbata.
Thank you very much, Chair. I stand on Rule 6.8. Irrelevant and repetitive. Can the member go straight to the point, to the topic, to the issues at hand, addressing SAA?
Honorable member, please continue.
That's okay, Honorable Chairperson. You see, the impatience that is portrayed there, I talked about it earlier on. Honorable Chair, the revisionist posture by some in this House today, I can safely say...
Order, Chair. Now disturbing.
Honorable Sope,
but why
take
are
your
you so...
seat, Honorable member.
Chair, why are you so biased? Mbata stood up, quoting a rule, and you just ignore him. Stop being biased. We are chairing this House neutrally.
Honorable member, I think you still have your members to respond to the debate, and that can be done there. Honorable member, continue.
Honorable Chairperson, the challenges facing state-owned entities and companies in particular in South African Airways is not a new phenomenon, as introduced in this debate. The ruling party established that fact a long time ago, and the executive commissioned the Presidential Review Committee to look into the matter affecting SOEs. And 21 terms of reference were established, and one amongst them was to improve performance of the state-owned enterprises. It was not a mistake that the ruling party took a decision to keep all state-owned entities after the 1994 elections. We clearly understood the importance of strategic ownership of the means of production. Honorable Malema, we agree with you on that one. I hope you'll support this SOEs and not look at Dulumieni as a person. The distribution of the means of production is important to be distributed to the poor, having been sidelined from economic activities for centuries. Some want the state to get rid of SAA, not because of its performance, but to have a share. Transport is not only a strategic matter, honorable members, it is also a security matter. Therefore, government cannot solely depend on the private sector on transport facilitation for the nation. However, the developmental state has not adopted a policy to nationalize. If you look at all ideologies defined by Roy Nkandla, he explains why the extreme of views leads to the crisis in any nation. He has stated facts that we already know. For a democracy to avoid facing a crisis, we adopted a posture where the state will intervene in the economy through strategic ownership of strategic assets. In the same vein, the state should avoid a situation where these assets becomes a liability. If you look at the executive summary of the final report of the Presidential Review Commission, it emphasized the need to overhaul the shareholder model of SOEs, to improve their performance and to look at skills. It also emphasized the need to place the role of SOEs higher on the developmental agenda. Therefore, honorable members, as part of our oversight role, the Standing Committee on Finance was also worried at the current performance of our SOEs, in particular SAA. And on the 18th of November 2015, SCOF met the SAA board for a quarterly briefing on its performance. We also had in attendance the Deputy Minister, Honorable Mkebisi Jonas, who briefed the committee on the 90-day plan, which was the turnaround strategy. Unfortunately, honorable members, I should say up front here, Honorable Shibambo doesn't attend such meetings. Had he attended, he would have been aware that there is a 90-day turnaround strategy that is in place. During the presentation, we agreed that there's a need to fast-track the turnaround strategy. Had I had more time, honorable members, I was going to indicate the decisions that the committee has addressed. But one of the concerns that our committee has raised was failure of SAA.
Thank you very much. Your time has now expired. Red means extra. Honorable Liz.
Madam Chair, in his budget speech in February, Minister Finance laid out 3 things that he required of SAA. One of these was the strengthening of the board. This objective has not been achieved. In the interim, Dudu Mnyeni has received public support from President Zuma, and Minister Gordon has been forced to accept a compromise that retains her as board chair. This is a classic devil's bargain, where Minister Gordon has agreed to retain Dudu Mnyeni and in return gets something that he really does not want. He gets a new board that is destined never to meet the conditions that he has laid out for it. The devil's bargain is not in the interests of the airline, nor in the interests of South Africa. Madam Chair, we are dealing with a corporate warlord who takes over as the chief executive and whose only interest is the enrichment of herself, her family, and her close cronies. This view is not restricted to her performance at SAA, but is mirrored at Mhlatuze Water, where in court papers she is described as tyrannical. In an affidavit to court, Sibusiso Makanya, former Mhlatuze Ngiyatkolisa CEO, states that he was told by Dudu Mnyeni that he was under investigation because ngicela nalabana ngemuva balalela ke manjena kancane. Uthi wena Makanya awungidlizi kanti abanye osiyo badli babadlisa o-chairperson babo. It is because you, Makanya, are not feeding me, she said, whereas other CEOs feed their chairpersons. Madam Speaker, as an example of Dudu Mnyeni's corporate warlord campaign of tyranny, we have heard from a reliable source what happens at meetings that she chairs. She has 2 armed bodyguards with her at all times, even inside closed board meetings. When participants arrive at meetings, her bodyguards confiscate all laptops, iPads, and cell phones, and these are then removed, probably for inspection and checking of contents. And at the end of the meeting, the bodyguards confiscate all notes that anyone has had the audacity to make during the meeting, and these notes are handed to Dudu Mnyeni to keep and read at her pleasure. Madam Chair, if I was a betting man, I would certainly bet on one or more of the new serious directors identified by Minister Gordon soon resigning rather than to waste their time being bullied by the corporate warlord. It is disingenuous to argue that Dudu Mnyeni only has 1 year in office. The situation at SAA needs robust attention now, not in a year's time. International ratings agencies will be looking closely at how SOEs such as SAA are handled. And when they make their assessment for the next round of sovereign credit ratings later this year, SAA must be seen to be under control and on a path to recovery. In 2013, the year that Dudu Myeni became board chair, the SAA lost 1.2 billion rand. In 2014, a loss of 2.59 billion rand. A leaked copy of the financial statements, which have yet to be tabled, for 2015 reflects a loss of 4.6 billion. In 2016, Dudu Myeni herself has indicated that a loss of 4 billion can be expected. And another leak shows that in the first quarter of the current financial year, a loss of 1.3 billion rand. The losses just continue to pile up year after year. The total losses for the last 4.25 years of 13.7 billion rand, if paid to child grants instead of being wasted, could have added an additional 100 rand per month for every one of the 11.7 million child grant receivers for a full year. According to National Treasury, SAA is technically insolvent. And according to CFO Wolf Meyer, in his leaked Airbus memo that ultimately cost him his job, SAA is on the brink of liquidation. The danger of liquidation was confirmed by Dudu Myeni's close friend and Audit Committee Chair, Nkandla, when she resigned as a director in August. If nothing is done, SAA would undoubtedly be forced into liquidation and become a massive 14.4 billion blow to the taxpayer, who would have to carry the burden of meeting the soon-to-be 19.4 billion government guarantees that have been issued. Should these guarantees be called in, it would amount to Praveen Gordhan reaching into your back pocket and taking 2,771 rand from each and every one of the personal income taxpayers. The Minister and the Cabinet have chosen a business rescue that includes Dudu Myeni in charge of the new board. She will continue to be the corporate warlord, as that is all she knows. And in the end, she and her cronies will benefit, but South Africans will be losers. The DA maintains its position that the reappointment of Dudu Myeni as SAA board chair was irrational, and we will persist with our court review application. If she had the interests of SAA at heart, Dudu Myeni would already have resigned. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next speaker, Honorable Gadi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much to the commissars and fighters, our members there, and Commander-in-Chief. The relationship between the Chairperson and the President is problematic. Knowing that the President has got very seriously problematic relationships with our people in the community and the Society of Women. We can ask that from Ms. Sonono and Kwezi. And for Ms. Dudu to be the chairperson of the foundation of the President and still chairs a board of South African Airways for almost 6 years with a turnover of almost 8 CEOs in 6 years. That is a problem. That tells you that she is not competent to be a chairperson of such an important sector of our economy, the aviation. We know for a fact that in countries like Ethiopia, Dubai, and China, the nationalization of the aviation industry and the national airways has produced successful and profitable airlines. But here in South Africa, we not only privatize it, we even domesticize it into a family entity of the Jacob Zuma Foundation. It is on this basis that as the economic freedom fighters, we refuse that she should serve as a chairperson of this board. She is not only bully, but very corrupt to the core. There is a 16 billion rand money market transaction that is coming with the 5 billion rand guarantees from Minister Pravi Godam. She's going to finish that money, and the earlier we remove her before she finishes, the better for the country. We must be told, why should a person who was a chairperson of an entity that was removed from the Public Enterprise Department to the National Treasury should still continue being a chairperson of that entity? It's either she's a chairperson or nobody should be appointed. I mean, in terms of the King 3 corporate governance principles, this is one chairperson that should not have served in such a strategic position and such a sector of our economy, the aviation and the South African Airways Board. As to how we contravene and contradict the provisions of the King 3 report on corporate governance, only God knows. And it is that which we argue on the basis of that King 3 report, that she must be removed. A new chairperson should be appointed, because that chairperson, Ms. Tutu, she's not only Ms. Tutu Zuma, she's a Zupta and a Gupta appointee. Go to the airport now, you'll find a stack of the new age. Nobody picks it up. Even ministers in the flight don't even want to take the new age, even when they are being given by the crew members there. Honorable Kikab, I've never seen him reading the new age. But there in the flight, you are forcefully given the new age, and nobody takes it. So typical of a participant in the looting of the state. She is one, but a proxy of the Guptas and the Zuma family to finish the fiscus of this country. And accordingly, Tutumieni Zupta must fall and must be removed, and it is upon this house to say very loudly so that, President, we don't want your friend, your chairperson of the Zuma Foundation, to be a chairperson of a state entity, an asset of the country. We have no qualms with her being a chairperson of the Zuma Foundation, but not the entities of the state
expired
for them to continue stealing
Honorable
there.
Gadi,
We hope
thank you
this has
very
been
much.
heard very, very
Thank
well,
you. Thank you.
Minister
Your
Mthethwa.
time has expired. Thank you. Honorable Sengwa is the next speaker.
Honorable House Chairperson, Einstein famously asserted that insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Insanity has surely reared its ugly head again with South African Airways receiving yet another taxpayer-sponsored government bailout, with the strict condition that a not business-as-usual approach will be employed for the struggling airline, despite ongoing challenges ranging from service deficiencies to financial difficulties. This one-trick pony of bailouts is now tired. The inescapable reality is that SAA has been in business-unusual mode for several years now. For the last 2 years, it has failed to present financial statements. In the absence of good governance, financial sound business decisions, and consequences for failure, the culture of accountability continues to thrive. It is certainly not business as usual. When Cabinet reappoints a failed board chairperson, Mr. Dumieni was initially appointed on the expectation that she would improve the situation at SAA, but the opposite has happened. SAA has led from one scandal to another, from failure to failure. Yet, Ms. Mieni was rewarded with reappointment. That is business unusual, and it cannot continue. A comprehensive business around strategy is required at SAA to get it operating like any other business. We must go back to business standards where failure is punished, where financial statements are submitted on time within the prescribed framework, and where business decisions take precedence over political expedience. The taxpayer's pocket is not bottomless, and the time has come for the taxpayer to get value for money out of SAA. Unprofitable and unsustainable routes need to be discontinued, and strategic income-generating partnerships must be pursued with other airlines. Honorable House Chairperson, at some point we'll have to bite the bullet and appreciate in good business faith that if SAA continues on its unsustainable money-losing trajectory, we'll have to privatize. We must act in the national interest. The risk being assumed by the taxpayer through the granting of this going concern guarantee is of epic proportions. The total guarantee liability now stands at 20 billion rands. This guarantee cannot be revoked should the board be unable or unwilling to fulfill the prescribed conditions, or even if the board fails to reroute SAA onto a sound and sustainable trajectory of growth and profit. Hindsight being the best sight and experience being the best teacher, one would expect Ms. Mieni to shy away from being a rogue runaway one-man show, yet she is willing to sidestep the collective at the behest of a phone call from Ubab. The greatest problem we face is that the financial risk that the taxpayer now has assumed will be overseen by a chairperson who herself is a risk. SAA needs to go back to basics and follow standard business disciplines to get out of this mess. We cannot continue throwing financial solutions to non-financial problems. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Kobiso.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members. To hear that we have an airline that is facing risk of being liquidated is not palatable for all of us in South Africa. It is true that SAA is facing a myriad of challenges, and they've been there for quite some time. And we hope that there was going to be some kind of a turnaround with regard to the airline, as far as the airline is concerned. But seemingly these problems have been going on. Now, the bailout of 5 billion rand, if you calculate from 1999, it means that by this time, it would amount to about 30 billion. And that is a lot of taxpayers' money in a country where we have an ailing economy, in a country where we have to boost investor confidence, in a country where we want these state-owned companies to perform, for investors to invest in our country. We see that SAA really has a problem. Something has got to be done with SAA. And of course, the company as such, SAA, has not been profitable. If you count the years back, in the past, we had a CEO that was paid about 200 million as a golden handshake. That on its own needs to be investigated. There is a need of an investigation within SAA. But there is also the other side of the coin when it comes to the SAA. We need to ask ourselves as to who is benefiting or who has been benefiting from the businesses there in SAA. I mean, we need to look into the procurement principles, whether the King report is applied, as the Honorable referred to, the principles of governance, where they are being applied within the SAA. And of course, across the board also, we've got to understand that state-owned enterprises have not been performing well. DNL, SABC, and also SAA and others have not been performing well. And as a country, we need to say to ourselves, can the government go on bailing them out instead of them being profitable? We must look at the leadership, we must look at the management, but also at the same time, we must deal with corruption and the looting, especially within SAA. There is a lot of looting within SAA, a lot of money is being wasted within SAA, and of course, we need to look at who is employed within SAA, on what ways were those people being employed. So these are the issues that the NFP wants to bring to the fore, that there's a need to deal with issues within the SAA, because SAA has not been performing in as much as all other state companies have not been performing. And we see that it's unethical at this point in time that we give the state-owned companies a lot of money, whereas our students don't have education, they need houses, we need roads in our country, there is drought in our country, we need water, and we say, therefore, as the National Freedom Party, something has got to be done. But at the same time, we must stop the looting within SAA. When we count some years back, about 24 billion has been spent on corruption within SAA, and we must look into that as well. We must look into the issues of black economic management within SAA as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mhlonisha Filton.
Honorable Speaker, With its application for a going concern guarantee of 5 billion approved, SAA must now focus on the essential service it is meant to provide. Our economy commands that this critical service be provided without hindrances. It would make sense, therefore, for SAA to partner with a typical business-like entity in order to dilute the social element in its conduct of business and rather accentuate the business culture. This approach would lead to sustainability of the airways when managed purely on business principles rather than just a social service. This is so particularly because it is expected that it will report losses for the past 2 consecutive financial seasons. This situation must be arrested and circumvented as a matter of extreme urgency. Having said so, the spanner in the works of the airways is the envisaged establishment of the Presidential State-Owned Enterprises Coordinating Council. The multiplicity or duplication of the Centers for Oversight and Accountability of the SOEs does not augur well for their effective and efficient functioning. Already, we have the Ministry for Public Enterprises, Finance Ministry, Interministerial Committee, and now the envisaged Presidential Council. This is creating confusion rather than strategic leadership. Excuse me. The SAA situation is further compounded by the seemingly personal relationship between the President and the recently reappointed chairperson of this entity. This relationship has the potential of bringing down this entity because decisions will be tainted by private personal matters rather than good governance. With the President and Dudumieni at the helm of SAA, the airways will not be able to attract funding from outside of government. The President is chairing the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Committee, and even before we are told of its successes, if any, this one is added. He is also chairing the Interministerial Committee on Investment, and again, we are not told of any positive spin-off thereas. At least it would be prudent that South Africans are told what has been the positive outcomes of the Economic Development Initiative and structures coordinated by the President. We don't seem to have that kind of a record, and yet he continued now, he's going to head this. What a clash of ideas. What senseless thinking is this? How do we take South Africa forward? We need SAA to survive. We need SAA to be a success. We need that airline. We have to make a success of it. Get the President off and get South Africa moving. Thank you.
Honorable Groenewald.
Achtbare voorzitter, the subject for discussion is the challenges for the South African Airways. Now let I say up front, the biggest challenge for the SAA is how to get rid of the chair of their board. That is the most challenging and the most important challenge for the SAA. Voorzitter, die lugvaartbedryf is 'n hoogs gespesialiseerde bedryf. Om daarin te kan oorleef het jy kundiges nodig. As ons gaan kyk na die geskiedenis van die SAL, en ek weet die agbare minister van Finansies was nie daarbey betrokke nie, maar sedert 2005 het ons al 10 omkeerstrategieë gehad om die SAL te probeer red. Die agbare minister van Finansies het nou 5 miljard rand as 'n waarborg toegestaan, maar het 11 voorwaardes. Die 11 voorwaardes is eintlik ook maar 'n omkeerstrategie. So ons kan sê, vir die afgelope 11 jaar was daar nou al 11 omkeerstrategieë vir die Suid-Afrikaanse lugdiens. En die vraag is, hoekom werk dit nie? Voorsitter, dit werk nie, want as ons gaan kyk oor dieselfde tydperk van 2005 het ek 'n vraag gevra, en toe was daar nie minder as 8 hoofuitvoerende beamptes oor hierdie tydperk nie. In dieselfde tydperk was daar nie minder as 6 finansiële bestuurders nie. Nou, is dit net logika van hoe kan 'n maatskappy oorleef in 'n hoogs kompeterende omgewing as hy oor 'n tydperk van 10 of 11 jaar 8 hoofuitvoerende beamptes en 6 finansiële bestuurders gehad het. Dis net nie moontlik nie. En dan wil ek vir die agbare minister sê, die syfers wys dit mos vir u. In 2012 was die bedryfsverlies 1,2 na 1,3 miljard rand. In 2014 skiet dit op na 4,6 miljard. En ons hoor mos nou dat daar word nou gesê ons praat weer van 'n 4 miljard rand verlies. Oor 'n tydperk van 1999 het die regering, met ander woorde die belastingbetaler, alreeds 30 miljard rand gegee vir die Suid-Afrikaanse lugdiens om te kan oorleef. Maar ek wil vir die agbare minister sê, as u 'n omkeerstrategie wil hê, go back to basics. Begin daar waar daar kontak gemaak word met die passasier. Want as jy by die inweegtoonbank kom, dan wil ek vir u sê, die personeel dink hulle doen jou 'n guns om jou te kan bedien. Hulle is onvriendelik en as daar 'n probleem is dit jou probleem. Go back to basics to ensure that there is a turnaround in the services of SAA. Ek dank u.
Dankie, achtbare lid. Die volgende is achtbare lid Kata.
Thanks, Chairperson. SAA represents the rot and corruption that permeates many of our SOEs. Under the chairpersonship of Mrs. Dudu Zuma, Mrs. Dudu Amiene, SAA has had for the better part of a year no CEO, no CFO, no Chief Strategy Officer, no functioning executive, and no functioning board. It really sounds like there's a cat on heat in here. It failed to publish financial statements because it required yet another bailout, whilst the fee issue continues to fester and our universities burn. Instead of firing the board chairperson, Cabinet under the leadership of Zuma reappointed her. The decision is irrational at best, apart from being immoral, unethical, and essentially corrupt. And we in this House, be it the ANC or the opposition, know that the elephant in the room in this decision is President Jacob Zuma, as do the citizens of this country.
Honorable Chair.
No, thank you very much again, Chair. The point I'm raising on is that the member should address the President as a President, not as Zuma. We really want to appeal. Please, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Carter, thank you. Honorable Carter, can we have every member being respected, please?
Sorry,
Sorry,
Chairperson. If I may rise on a point of order, sorry to interrupt, Honourable Carter.
Honourable member.
Chairperson, there's animal noises coming from the ANC's benches. Now, I know the ANC are feeling the heat today, and they're probably dancing like cats on a hot tin roof. But the fact of the matter is, we've had rulings before in this House that no member may insult another member through animal calling, first of all. And secondly, it's highly, well, more than disrespectful and sarcastic. It's, you know, it's insulting to a member when they have to listen
Honourable
to this.
member, please assist me.
Well, you can ask your members over there.
What has happened?
They are making meowing sounds, like cat sounds.
Okay. Honourable members, please, let's refrain from that. Continue, Honourable
Chair, like I said, there's a cat on heat.
I've already ruled on your point of order.
It's another point of order, Chair.
Okay.
The Honorable Mike Waters referred to members of the ANC dancing like cats on top of the roof. It's unparliamentary. It's really unparliamentary. You must withdraw that so that we can then deal with this other issue, sir, please.
Continue, Honourable member.
And I'm going to repeat this, Chair. And we in this House, be it the ANC or the opposition, know that the elephant in the room in this decision is no one else but President Jacob Zuma, as do the citizens of this country. And the cat is still on heat. Instead of ensuring the best interest of our country, our state and its people, we are subjected to corrupted cronyism and patronage, not to the benefit of our country, state and its people, but for the benefit of a president and his den of associates. The real issue here is the continued presidency of President Jacob Zuma. We've just seen that even in his loan, he abused his power. Public Investment Corporation has a 25.26% share in VBS. PIC is wholly owned by the government, the same government which Zuma or President Zuma is the president of. With regard to the President's oath of office, how does the reappointment of Dudu Myeni promote and advance the Republic rather than cause more harm? Or promote and protect the right of all South Africans when what South Africa expects is good and clean governance in their best interest? When whistleblowers and those wanting to do an honest job are victimized and hounded out, how can this decision be true to the dictates of anyone's conscience, even President Zuma? How does it do justice to all? How does it promote the well-being of our Republic and all of its people? Myeni's reappointment reaffirms that President Zuma's presidency of the Republic is irrational, immoral, unethical, corrupt, and illegitimate. COPE condemns the reappointment of a president's associate. And COPE will reaffirm day after day its view regarding the illegitimacy of a Zuma presidency. I thank you.
Honourable Swart is the next speaker.
Chairperson, point of order again. I'm sure you heard the same animal callings as I did. I'm sitting fairly near you. It was quite apparent what was happening from that corner, and yet you took no point of orders. But nevertheless, ANC members continue to make animal noises. It's sexist and insulting to members at the podium, and in particular Honourable Carter. And I ask you to ask the honourable members to have the courage of their conviction and stand up and admit they were doing it.
Honourable Member, you might have heard them, I didn't, but still, I would like to say to the members, please, members, let us give respect to every member of this House.
Point of order, Chair.
Let's do that, please.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
Honourable Law.
I have looked that side, and it's the Minister of Education and a friend next to her that have continued doing that. She's dodging the Appropriation Committee meetings to come and make cat noises here.
Thank you very much.
Education
Thank
is
you
a
very
state
much.
of collapse in South Africa.
Thank you very much.
Shameful.
Point of order.
Honourable Deputy Minister.
We are absolutely not allowed to lie. Definitely is not the Minister of Education.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
No, let me generally say, honourable members, let us refrain from such conduct. It does not speak well of honourable members. If we want to be respected, all of us, let us be exemplary. Thank you very much. Honourable members, please, let's not do that.
Chairperson, on a point of order, the Honourable Lowe, as pinpointed, the Honourable Minister of Basic Education as the catcaller. Well, I think the presiding officer should ask the Honourable Minister if she did it or not, so the Honourable Minister can answer for herself. I honestly think you should ask the Honourable Minister.
Honourable, I think I've ruled on that matter. Could you please allow Honourable Swart to continue? Honourable Swart, it's now your time.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the ACDP wishes to thank the Honourable Shivambu for bringing this matter to Parliament as an urgent matter, the challenges facing South African Airways, and it is a matter of great concern that should seize all of us, and the viewers watching at home should also be very concerned about the state of affairs at the South African Airways under the continued leadership of the board chairperson who has just been reappointed, Ms. Dudu Myeni. Now, few state-owned companies have had as many rescue operations to try to restore profitability and stability as South African Airways. And I remember the one night here in Parliament when Mr. Coleman Andrews, the announcement was made that he was to be recalled and fired, basically. So there's been a history. Other members have pointed out to 10 turnaround plans in 15 years. And prior to the most recent 5 billion rand state guarantee, we had 14.5 billion rand, the total amount of guarantees. So we are liable up to 20 billion rand in state guarantees since 2007. Now, more than that 30 billion rand in guarantees and cash have been given to the airline before it was split from Transnet in 2006. And we understand that the Airways has made an accumulated net bottom line loss of 9 billion since 2007. And this is disgraceful. And I think this is something that we as taxpayers and members of parliament need to take very seriously. And whilst, Minister, we appreciate what National Treasury is doing in a bid to return the airline to financial sustainability, many of the problems, including the failure to produce financial statements, must be laid squarely at the door of the board's chairperson, as many other members have indicated. Besides failing to produce financial statements, we see a reported loss of 1.3 billion rand for the first quarter of 2016. We see officials that are irrationally suspended, and apparently because they try to curb corruption. We see an interference and an attempted interference and an attempt to change an Airbus agreement, and we see even the SAA at loss of using the lucrative Hong Kong route. Now, we understand that there has been a justification for Ms. Mayeni's appointment to say it is to ensure continuity before the process of hiring a competent and experienced replacement. However, we share the view that this cannot be allowed because the airline is in dire straits. There is also a high risk that the new board will fail to meet the commitments that the Minister has laid down, those conditions. And it is very clear, as other members have indicated, that the present board chairperson enjoys a very close relationship with President Zuma, who himself, let's just remember, paid the airline a personal visit and gave them certain assurances from his side. So from our side, we share the concerns that have been expressed, and we appear, and this reappointment of the board chairperson does, in our view, appear to lack rationality, given the deplorable financial and operational state of the airline. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Swart. The next speaker, Umhlonishwa Buthelezi.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, fellow compatriots, the debate could not have come at a better time. It comes at the time when the Honorable Minister and the Cabinet has finalized the appointment of the new board, which will no doubt strengthen the governance of our national airline, the South African Airways. Honorable Chair, allow me to wish the board well as they deal with the problems and challenges facing South African Airways. South African Airways is operating in a context. It is the context, honorable members, which says, let's accept that the airline industry has faced serious challenges since 9/11 events and the 2008 global economic crisis. It is the context which says, in many countries, this resulted in airlines going bankrupt, including but not limited to US Airways, Japanese Airlines, BA Connect, to mention but a few. The governments of many of these countries, including the United States of America, came in and bailed out their airlines because of the strategic role that these airlines play in their economy. The difficulties of this industry prompted Warren Buffett, considered by some to be one of the most successful investors in the world, to say his investments in US Airways was one of his biggest blunders ever. That's an important context, honorable members. Another context which you should not lose sight of is that SAA, from the word go, it was designed for the minority and excluded black majority of this country in many ways. Even after the dawn of democracy, it continued to see itself as this esoteric institution which must insulate itself from the national agenda of economic transformation. It never understood its role as a national asset in the transformation of our country. Sizokhumbula ke malunga ahloniphikileyo ukuthi abanye sebeke basho la ngaphambili ukuthi kwaze kalandwa izinjulabuchopho ezifana nabo Coleman Andrews ukuthi bazame ukuzolungisa le industry. Waqasha uColeman Andrews ukuthi azame ukuzolungisa lento bakuthiwa hayi uyazazi lezi zezindiza. Kodwa kwenzakalani? Into esiyaziyo ukuthi wathi mayifika lana uColeman Andrews wasidayisa eziningi ama assets ka SAA. Emva kwalokho washaya ibheshu lakhe, washaya ishwapha sakhe, waphindela America. This is just engaged on an open jumbo sale of assets, and let's accept that, honorable members. This never just weakened the balance sheet of the South African Airways, but it also exposed it to serious exchange rate and interest rate risks. This was the so-called expect. He also pocketed a lot of money in today's money, over R500 million. Ngizama ukuchaza ukuthi sike sazama ngaphambili ukuthi silanda abantu okuthiwa bayazi ngendaba yamabhanoyi. Kodwa ke satholana. It is thus disingenuous to pretend the wars of SA started in 2009. We need to accept that SA has been sick and in ICU for more than a decade and stop playing a blame game. It is only then that we'll be able to come with real solutions to put back our national airline to financial sustainability. Honorable members, the new board ought to ensure a number of things, including that SAA serve all its people. The role of an airline in a developmental state should be well understood. We in the ANC are under no illusion that for SAA to be able to play its developmental role, it must be financially sustainable. To that end, National Treasury and South African Airways presented a long turnaround strategy and corporate plan last year. That plan included, amongst others, it included the support of South Africa's national development agenda to achieve and maintain commercial sustainability, focus on revenue enhancement, cost containment, and improving accountability and performance of management. Honorable Chair, we must say, as the African National Congress, we note progress by both National Treasury and SAA, which includes, amongst others, we said that the Minister of Finance has already pledged to give guarantee to SAA. Loss-making routes were closed, like Beijing. African growth strategy has been implemented, including the launch of Abuja, Nigeria route. The Ghana-Washington route was opened. SAA is busy negotiating most of the unfavorable contracts. As part of transformation, for the first time, SAA has a black chief pilot. Although there has been this progress, we are under no illusion that the challenges that are still facing the airline. To that end, Chairperson, we would like to challenge the incoming board, to look at the following. Sicela ukuthi bazame ukuthi lembuzo iphendulwe. Sifuna izimpendulo. Ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani ukuthi SAA ithole nalesi sikweletu. Kubalulekile ke bakithi ukuthi si differentiate between i-guarantee nemali efakwayo i-recapitalization. I-guarantee ikuvumela ukuthi uthathe izikweletu ezingaphezulu, akusho ukuthi imali leyo onikwa yona. It is true that there are leases which we also use hard currency to service. There has been an exodus of executives, just like other honorable members have indicated. We have a CEO, a CFO, a GM, a commercial, the list is endless. We need those answers to come from this board, and we can be rest assured that they will have a support from the committee and from the African National Congress when they look into those things. Honorable members, as a parting shot, privatization is not a solution to all of our problems. It can't be a panacea. We have been there before. We privatized. We have Swiss Airline taking 10%, 20% of our stake. But what happened? Swiss Airline went bust, and were forced to go back and buy back our equity. So as we look at the solution, we must be very much aware of those
Honorable
things.
Member, your time is up.
Thank you.
Honorable Nchaisa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The South African Airways is in a very serious financial crisis. It cannot manage its finances properly. A lot of money is always allocated to this state-owned enterprise, but nothing serious is happening in terms of proper use of these monies. SAA can no longer defend their situation or their misappropriation of funds. It is just an untenable situation. SAA has abused market dominance from 2001 up to 2006, and a court order has been issued to that effect to pay a sum of 104 million. It has got no money at all now. This is not only the claim, there are other claims that have not been met by SAA. There's also a pending claim of about 1.5 million to be paid by SAA. A quarterly report has just leaked that SAA has lost a sum of 1.3 billion. It is proper for the National Treasurer not to respond to SAA request of 4.5 billion guarantee. Theirs, that is now SAA, is just getting and spending, nothing else. We also agree with the Minister of Finance, Pravin Gordon, that SAA board under Tutumian should be replaced, unless now he can change his mind now. We cannot have a board under this chairperson of a person who is not serious about the state affairs in general and SAA in particular. The best option would be perhaps now the liquidation of this enterprise, because it is more of a liability than an asset. SA has failed to publish its financial statements from 2014 and 2015, and 2015 and 2016. How can you deal as South Africans with such an entity? I don't see that there would be any of one here to defend this SOE. Its situation is very much or really untenable. The government must protect the pride of our nation and put this entity or look very much into this entity carefully so as to see the problems that is being faced by SAA. The government cannot keep helping an SOE that has caused a great loss and damage to country. SA is no longer our pride, but a disgrace. It is in a state that can no longer be looked into in a way that is not serious. So we should be serious as a government about this entity. It is badly managed.
Order, Honorable Member, your time is up. Honorable Godi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, comrades and honorable members. The SAA is in a sorry state. This is not a recent development. This entity has been thoroughly mismanaged over the years. It was a worrying and embarrassing spectacle that SAA could not submit its annual report and financial statements to Parliament a full year after the end of the financial year. Well, it appears that we might get an annual report with financial statements ultimately. The report, beyond media snippets, will provide Parliament with the full facts of the scale of the challenges in SAA. The 5 billion rands guarantee is not the first. However, the question is it the last? And also, is it enough? Are we not likely to have a request next year or so for further financial bailouts? The APC hopes that Parliament will rigorously exercise its oversight role on the SAA, stick with the entity till it's turned around. Persistent follow-ups and oversight can help SAA to get its house in order. Our sustained interaction with the Department of Correctional Services last year, in more than 5 meetings in a semester, has now yielded positive audit outcomes for the first time since 1994. Government is challenged and required to deploy competent and motivated leaders. The deployment of competent managers at the Land Bank a few years ago saw its fortune turned for the better. What is happening at SAA and other entities is deeply worrying and regrettable. We can and should do better in the interest of the people. We need leaders whose humility and integrity is their strength. Thank you.
Honorable Mazone.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Over the past couple of years, keeping SAA flying has proven to be a costly endeavour for the South African taxpayer. The unprofitable airline has become a fiscal black hole into which billions of rands have been pumped with no return on investment. This situation is simply untenable. The state cannot be the primary custodian of a national carrier that has become Chairperson Dudu Myeni's personal fiefdom and which does little more than hemorrhage public funds. The lack of commercial expertise on boards and among top management has the effect that decisions are not always made with profitability in mind. This has led to poor strategic and management decisions, costing infrastructure and spending performance targets to lag far behind. The result of having the state as the main stakeholder in this SOE is that profitability is balanced against ideological and political concerns. Instead of approaching decisions from a purely rational and cost-benefit perspective, issues of national interest and ideology are mostly taken into account. Pressure from its pro-nationalisation alliance partners has constrained the ANC thinking on privatisation, while decisions such as those relating to SAA routes and destinations are based on ANC geopolitical alignment. The SAA board history has been a merry-go-round enactment, with a number of causalities jumping off board and being ejected swiftly. The resignation turnstiles at the board meetings are on overdrive. At the centre of this controversy sits Ms. Dudu Myeni, the much-maligned chairperson of SAA. Myeni has strong links with President Zuma. She is also the chairperson of the Jacob Zuma Foundation. It absolutely defies belief, not to mention logic, as to how and why one woman can hold such power over our entire government, but more especially our president. She single-handedly brought our economy to its knees and cost South Africans billions of rand. Yet she remains with her hands firmly around the airline's neck, not to mention maintaining her stranglehold over the president. She has had a string of clashes in recent years with SAA officials, company executives, board directors, and already 3 cabinet ministers have come out second best after taking her on. The last politician to lose a battle with her is ex-Minister of Finance Nkandla, whose removal, which is now colloquially known as Nenegate, is suspected to have been related to his refusal of Myeni's proposal to restructure the Airbus deal to bring in a third party, which was, guess what? Gupta family linked. Another incident linking Zuma and Myeni was the deal between SAA and Emirates Airline, which was stopped by Myeni just hours before the partnership signing event was to take place in July 2015. She allegedly received a call from the president to stop the deal. This deal would have generated, wait for it, 1.7 billion rand within 18 months for the near-bankrupt SAA. We have offered many possible solutions to SAA problems, which included the acquisition of an equity partner for the immediate relief of the ailing entity, with the long-term goal being the complete privatization of this money-guzzling, failing entity. It is, however, important to note that there is no one-size-fits-all approach to privatization. It is a highly complex and intricate process. There would, however, be many benefits for SAA, and these include, amongst others, the potential to promote wider share ownership amongst employees and the public, the introduction of capital, technology, and managerial expertise that the public sector lacks, and more capital would be made available for economic development, internal investment, job promotion, and infrastructure development. In 1995, the International Finance Corporation successfully advised the government of Kenya on the privatization of Kenyan Airways. After selling 26% of the airline to a strategic partner and 52% via an IPO to the public, the frequency of the airline's flights grew by 61% in 6 years, developing Nairobi into a world-class hub. The sale was completed in December 1995 and the public offering in April 1996. The airline has been turned around with a whopping 28 million Kenyan shillings in equity for owners as of the 31st of March 2014. This is exactly the kind of example we should be following. There is no doubt, absolutely no doubt whatsoever, that we have the finest pilots in the world. I'm going to repeat that. We have the finest pilots in the world. We as South Africa should be so proud of these amazing men and women without whom SAA would have had its wings clipped many years ago. It is no fault of the pilots or staff at SAA that the airline finds itself in this position. I would personally, on behalf of myself and of my party, like to thank the pilots at SAA for doing everything in their power to keep the airline in the air, keep us all safe when we travel, and I take my hats off to them for operating in extremely negative and trying circumstances. I said it last week in the debate of national importance, and I'm going to say it again. It goes this far and no further. We will not stand by idly and watch South Africa's precious economic resources being plundered. Dudu Manyeni must go. Not on our watch will we allow corruption to blossom. South Africa must always come first. I thank you.
Honorable Mabe.
Honorable Chair and members of this glorious House, Melang. Our approach to economic transformation is guided by the following pillars: creating decent employment for all, eliminating poverty, and dealing decisively with extreme inequalities in our society. Democratizing ownership and control of the economy by empowering the historically oppressed to play a leading role in decision-making in the economy. Restructuring the economy so that it meets the basic needs of all South Africans and the South African region, especially the poor. The Freedom Charter envisages a mixed economy with both public and private ownership. It envisages a developmental state that plays a leading role in ensuring economic access to those previously denied economic opportunity. ANC strategy and tactics in defining the developmental state places its first attribute as a strategically oriented developmental state with an approach that is premised on people-centered and people-driven change and sustained development based on high growth rates, a restructured economy, and socio-economic inclusion. The ANC articulation of the strategic role of our state-owned enterprises is even more important today. The analysis of our policy document of June 2012 raises two fundamental issues, that of governance and financing challenges to the SOEs. That has to be addressed if we are to realize the optimal potential of the SOEs in driving economic growth and developing the economy. The second radical phase of our democratic transition calls for bold and decisive steps to place the economy on a qualitatively different path that eliminates poverty and unemployment, creates sustainable livelihoods, and substantially reduces inequality. It also calls for radical economic transformation and a sustained focus on addressing the uneven quality of service delivery. Critical economic levers of the developmental state are state-owned enterprises. SOEs are vehicles to improve economic infrastructure and increase economic growth. It is through their strategic investment that they drive investment and respond to the economic developmental needs of the state. The ANC called for the Presidential Review Commission on SOEs to make recommendations for the entities to be reshaped and made relevant to the developmental needs of the country. One of the recommendations was a call for government to develop an overarching long-term strategy for SOEs, whose strategy must be aligned to the objectives of a developmental state. We should not, therefore, reduce the systemic problems of the South African Airways to individuals. We should be able to look at what has been done over time to turn the situation around. You now have a proper board, a legitimate board in place. Some of you who, like the courts, had already approached the courts to set aside a decision to grant guarantees to the SAA. The courts did not agree to this. And you did not go out to loud hail as you normally do when such things are done. You know why? Because some of your organizations are led by known modelers. I mean, Aloysius, the leader of the opposition party, Musi Maimani in Dobsonville, they know him as Aloysius. He is a known modeler. You are led by a modeler. That's how your party runs. You roll like that. People go for auditions to lead your party. We run congresses to lead this Today, your own marriage of convenience with the EFF came under attack by those you promised to pay payola for supporting you in Johannesburg. Your DA supporters, your volunteers, want their 100 rand. The money you promised to pay them every day. Banyaga di 100 rand tachabo na batho. Kwa mrago kwa. You are creating a problem for us. You go around buying our people in communities, promising them heaven and earth. When you leave, it's us who must help them with groceries. When we saw what happened after the 3rd of August, we could only remember the words of a book written by Michel Arong. It's our turn to eat. We can no longer take some of these things lightly. People have said they want to see the ANC out of power in 2019. Our job, while you clap hands, well, it's so interesting that those who are clapping hands have got a common color. While you clap your hands, we need to tell you, we have now reinforced our machinery. We are now on autopilot mode. We are going to bring the ANC back in 2019 with a resounding victory. We are telling our people in each and every street that they have been told lies by those who sold their African standing only to see the ANC out of power in the big metros. It is not going to happen in our lifetime. Our generation is going to defend this country. COPE, which is only the size of a church choir, makes noise here. As a political party, you can easily count members of COPE to make the number of a church choir. All they are doing is to come here, make noise, and project themselves as if they are an alternative. They should be worried. They should be worried that there are organizations that only came here 2-3 years ago and they are already bigger than them. All they do is to try and make noise here and try to claim relevance by asking the status of the president. The president of the ANC shall remain the president of the country for as long as the ANC is in charge of the republic. We are not going to sell out on what our people have entrusted us to do. You are trying to make sure that everything that is African looks corrupt. Everything that is black must be associated with corruption. There's a lot of things that happened when you were in charge. We came in, we gave people decent houses. Our people now can go through SAA and fly whatever class of travel they choose. Something that was not possible when you were in charge. You have enjoyed these privileges for a long time, all on your own. And you want us to give power just like that? It's not going to happen. South Africa is not going to be taken over through coalitions. We are going to defend the gains of our freedom. We are going to do this in salute of those who fought for the liberty of the African masses. The ANC is not about to sell this country. We have put in a board, reinforced it with the necessary capacity to make sure that it conducts its role. We are also going to be reinforcing our oversight role as Parliament. We are going to make sure that from time to time they come and brief us on the progress that is being made. You are not even ashamed. You are not talking about the cadet program. You are talking about pilots. Tell us about their color. Why are you not interested in us bringing in more African pilots on the sky?
Order, honourable member. Can you take your seat?
House Chair.
What is the point of order, ma'am?
May you humbly talk to the speaker that he's making noise. We can't hear anything.
Well, honourable member, that's a point, not a point of order. There's a lot of noise in the house. You can proceed, honourable member.
If in your party they talk to you through noise, this is not noise. This is a message of transformation. You have sold out. You are a member of a party that has oppressed our people. That's why you hear noise in us when we speak.
Order, honourable member, your time is up.
Chairperson.
Thank you.
Chairperson.
Order. Order, honourable members. Honourable member, what's the point of order?
Chairperson.
Yes.
The speaker, just before you finished, said that the Honourable Kopani was a sellout, and she sold her people out.
Order.
I'll put it to you.
Honorable members.
That is unparliamentary, and you should withdraw that.
Order. Honorable Mabe. Honorable Member, there is a point of order that is raised that while you were speaking on your parting shot, you referred to an honorable member who raised the point of order there that she's a sellout. Order, honorable member, let's allow Honorable Mabe to respond.
Honorable Chair, the only people whose names I know are these ones in the ANC. I could not have called a name.
Order, honorable member. The question was whether did you make a statement referring to a member that she's a sellout?
No, I didn't do that.
Order. Order. Honorable member, we will look into the matter as the presiding officer on Hansard and we will come back to the House. Honorable Minister of Finance.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the subject for urgent debate are the challenges facing SAA, but perhaps more importantly, what are we going to do about them? I think many honorable members have spelled out history, the tragedies that SAA has been confronted with. The question is, we now have the responsibility to put SAA on its feet again, and we will try our best to do so, and I will outline some of those measures. On the 31st of August, Cabinet agreed to our 12-person board. On the 9th of September, the Deputy Minister, the Director General, and myself met with the entire board and made very clear what we expect of the board, the kind of corporate governance that we expect, the King 3 or King 4 rules that have to be followed. And clearly, as many of you have pointed out, this cannot be a business-as-usual situation that the board finds itself in, or the staff and people employed in SAA find themselves in. SAA, as many of you have said, is a key state asset. It's worth a lot of money, potentially. If it does well, it will benefit the state, and it will benefit thousands of people who travel on SAA, but are also employed by SAA. The technical staff, the thousands of ground staff, the managers, the crew, the pilots who ensure that our safety, and the various enterprises that have a business relationship with SAA as well. Some of you, like Honorable Kubisa, have suggested, and I suppose many more as well, that there's corruption and looting that's taking place in SAA. All I ask is give me the evidence, let's refer it to the relevant authorities, and let's have those matters investigated. Because none of us should agree that any kind of looting or corruption should take place in this or any other state entity, for that matter. Honorable Schlengwa is right that we need to go back to basics as far as SAA is concerned, and these are the early days of attempting to actually do so. But the one thing, Honorable Swart and others who've raised the question of guarantees, it's true, the guarantees do total about 20 billion rands. But please, let us not confuse the public by intentionally or otherwise communicating that a guarantee is a cash bailout. There's a difference between the two. A guarantee merely says that you are in a better position to borrow. You borrow at a cheaper rate. If you do default, the state has to bear the cost. But if you don't default, it gives you the privilege of actually borrowing money, excuse me, as SAA does. A cash bailout is where you actually inject equity into the airline. And none of the 20 billion rands that we're talking about is a cash bailout. It merely allows SAA to borrow money with the backup of a guarantee. Transnet has a guarantee of 350 billion rands. Many other state entities have these guarantees as well, and they total almost $500 billion rands. But the key is that you still need a financially well-managed airline or entity to ensure that there's no default in payment. Because if there is a default on payment, then the state and the fiscus becomes responsible for ultimately coping with the challenges that arise from that. I think it's also important, honorable members and chair, that we outline the facts as we found them earlier this year. Firstly, In governance terms, the board was in trouble. There were only 3 members of the board plus the 2 executive members. There were instances where 1 or 2 board members were actually signing letters. That's not the job of a board member. The board members should ensure that there's a strategy that's viable. They should ensure that their fiduciary responsibilities are carried out, but leave the day-to-day management of the airline to the managers of the airline and ensure that they are competent people to actually manage the airline. As far as management is concerned, there was clear indication that there was juniorization. Our responsibility and the new board's responsibility now is to ensure that we get competent managers as CEO and CFO, and that they are competent people who have the experience to form and enhance the strategy of SAA so that it does become financially competent and stable as opposed to a potential liability. There are doubts about the skills setup that we have within the management team, and that's something that we have begun to look at. The issue of stability in the airline was also a factor to take into account. And I think we owe it to the South African public that we be honest and frank and truthful about the financial status, status of the airline. So for the year 14-15, where the annual financial statements are about to be concluded, it is correct, there was a loss of 4.7 billion rands. For 15-16, according to the numbers I have, 1.8 billion rands. Total guarantees, 19 billion rands. Currently, there are probably 8 to 10 banks that have offered one or other kind of loan, most of it guaranteed loans, to the airline. And between the end of September and early next year, some 4 to 5 billion rands of these loans come up for payment. So the new board must ensure that they have a financial plan that will ensure that these loans are either paid or they're rolled over. And if they're to be rolled over, banks and other lenders to the airline, including the Treasury, will ask a very simple question. Are you going to reach a financial position where you can actually ensure that you are generating the cash to redeem some of these loans and reduce the loans to the airline itself? It is also correct to say that if we removed government guarantees and government support, technically SAA would be insolvent at this point in time. But it is a public asset. We can't allow a public asset to go to the ground. Our responsibility is to do the right thing and ensure that the turnaround strategy that is in place and partly implemented is now totally implemented. So we've appointed, in terms of the immediate steps that we are taking, we've appointed the new board, as you know. We've instructed the board to commence a new process for the appointment of a CEO and CFO. And once the CEO is in place, he or she has to assess what kind of team there is around this person and take responsibility for compiling and putting in place a competent management team that will ensure that the turnaround strategy is effectively implemented. We've asked the board to consider creating, and it seems they have agreed, a financial subcommittee or a finance subcommittee under the chairpersonship of the deputy chairperson, who is a qualified chartered accountant and a CFO in a big publicly listed company. And part of what we've offered as well, as you know, is the going concern guarantee of 4.7 billion rand so that the annual financial statements can be concluded. But that guarantee comes with a number of conditions that various honourable members have talked about. They have to, this finance committee and the board, as I said, will have to ensure that they understand fully what are the current loans that SAA has from the private sector, and reassure the people who are offering the loans and who will from time to time get nervous about the fact that SAA might not be run well, to ensure that they are reassured they reassure the lenders, and there's no question of any of the lenders, inverted commas, pulling the loan. They must finalize the 14-15 and 15-16 annual financial statements. Some of them are due in Parliament on the 15th of September, and they must make arrangements for those financial statements to be presented to Parliament itself. They must initiate a process of cost containment so that where there are excess costs and unwarranted costs, those costs must be brought under control. as I said, they need to make arrangements for financing of the 4.5 billion rands that comes up for payment between the end of September and January 2017, and excuse me, and ensure that as far as the Hong Kong authorities are concerned, that the annual financial statements that they require are provided to Hong Kong. Honorable Swart called the Hong Kong route a lucrative route. I'm afraid it isn't. Many of the long routes that the SAA travels are in fact neither lucrative nor profitable. And so that's one of the challenges that the airline has in recrafting its strategy. So the Hong Kong route at the moment is a loss maker, in fact. But regardless of that, if we have to continue with that route, we have to present the relevant statements that the Hong Kong authorities require. So these are some of the immediate things that the board is required to do. What do we expect of the board in the medium term? Firstly, maintain financial stability and credibility of the airline. Secondly, ensure that the manner in which the finances of the airline are managed does not constitute a risk to the fiscus, because that is where investors, ratings agencies, and others are worried, that the SOEs, or some of them, and the way in which their finances are managed could become a liability on the state and increase the burden that the state has actually got to deal with. Secondly, ensure that the right corporate governance practices are both introduced and complied with. So non-executive directors, people who do not hold a full-time position within SAA, must not in any way interfere with the day-to-day operations of SAA. They might or might not have happened in the past. I'll leave the guest to you. Similarly, the executive directors, those in the full-time employ, the acting CEO, for example, those are the people that should worry about the day-to-day operations of SAA. Secondly, as part of corporate governance, make sure that they operate in terms of the laws of the country and the constitution of the country. And that compliance is absolutely critical, because no one should be, inverted commas, above the law. You're familiar with the phrase. As far as the turnaround strategy is concerned, it is important that the new board develops a sound business plan and a sound strategy, review the existing strategy to the extent it is necessary, ensure that there's a value proposition to customers of SAA, ensure that they review the routes to work out how they're going to balance the non-profitable routes with the profitable routes, so that ultimately the airline as a whole is profitable. And ask the question, what is going to differentiate SAA from other airlines that are traveling many of the same routes that SAA is traveling as well? And what kind of value proposition are they in fact going to offer? We hope that in the next few months, the CEO and CFO will be appointed, and in the months that follow, you're going to get a competent management team in place as well. The process of considering and reviewing whether SAA and South African Express is going to be consolidated or not is a process that has been initiated with the Department of Public Enterprises, and in a few months' time we can certainly come back to Parliament and indicate what progress we've made in that particular regard. On the question of finance, let me go back to a guarantee is not a cash input into the airline. And if the airline requires a cash input from government, then it is up to the new board, having evaluated all of these factors, to prove to government and indeed to Parliament and the public that for reasons that they fully understand and comprehend and can defend as a collective, they require X amount or Y amount. But what we should understand is that in the current corporate plan of SAA, they believe that profitability can only be attained in 2020, 2021. And this date has been moving, so to speak, with each corporate plan. And the board must take responsibility for setting a very clear target date for returning the airline to profitability. Ultimately, what all of us want is an accountable board, an accountable airline, and one that is able to return itself to profitability. We've also asked the board to review all the suspensions that are currently in place to see whether they are justified in terms of the law, or whether some of these things have happened on an unjustifiable basis. Lastly, On the question of privatization, I know there are some honorable members who think that privatization is a solution to many of the problems that we have. And whilst on the one hand we appeal to ourselves not to be ideological, we become distinctly ideological when we talk about privatization as the only way forward. I think what we need to focus on in the immediate term is get the board working, get a management team in place, have an effective strategy that supports tourism and other objectives that our government has, and then we can talk about how do we get more equity into the airline and make it a more profitable and effective airline. Let me thank all of the honourable members for their constructive suggestions and for airing their views on an important public matter. Thank you very much.
Order, honourable members. That concludes the debate. Honourable members, the last item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Chief Whip of the majority party. The Honourable the Chief Whip.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, we move that this House notes, A, that the findings and recommendations in the second report of the Joint Committee on Ethics and Members' Interests, as tabled under Announcements and Tablings Committee Report 16 March 2016, regarding the alleged failure by the leader of the opposition, Honourable M.A. Maimane, to disclose a certain sponsorship he received in support of his nomination as party leader at the elective conference of the Democratic Alliance in 2015. B, that the House also notes the resolution of the House on 18th May 2016 referring the said report back to the Joint Committee on Ethics and Members' Interest for further consideration and report back to the House. And 3, notes the subsequent ruling of the Western Cape High Court in the matter Maimane and others versus Chairperson of the Joint Standing Committee on Ethics and Members' Interest, Parliament and others, dated 23rd June 2016, which found inter alia that none of the members of the Joint Committee on Ethics and Members' Interest who participated in the decision taken on the 17th February 2016 and or 16 March 2016 may participate in the reconsideration of the matter. And 2, that the House resolves, subject to the concurrence of the National Council of Provinces, to establish an ad hoc committee in terms of Joint Rule 138. The committee to A, reconsider the allegations of non-disclosure by the leader of the opposition. B, consist of 14 members of the National Assembly as follows: African National Congress 8, Democratic Alliance 3, Economic Freedom Fighters 1, and others parties 2, and 9 members of the National Council of Provinces having due regard for the judgment of the Western Cape High Court. C, notwithstanding any other joint rule to the contrary, exercise those powers and functions in the following joint rules that it may deem necessary for the performance of its task, including powers and functions specifically assigned to the Joint Committees on Ethics and Members' Interest by these rules. 1, Joint Rule 32, which provides for the general powers of a joint committee. 2, Joint Rule 124, which provides for the powers to implement the Code of Ethical Conduct and disclosure of members' interest for Assembly and Permanent Council members as set out in the schedule to the Joint Rules. 3, Joint Rule 124, which provides for the powers to perform the other functions and exercise the other powers reasonably assigned to the Joint Committee on Ethics and Members' Interest in the Court and in terms of resolutions adopted in both houses. 4, Joint Rule 125, which provides that meetings must be held in closed session when a matter affecting a specific assembly or council member is being considered and the matter is regarded to be confidential. 5, Joint Rule 127, which provides that each committee member and all alternative member must swear or affirm before either the Speaker or the Chairperson of the Council, depending on the House of which that person is a member, to comply with the requirements of confidentiality set out in the code, as well as each member of staff assigned for the work of the committee. And 6, Joint Rule 126, which provides that a question is decided when.
Well, we've been taking live visuals there of Parliament. First, President Jacob Zuma answering questions, and SAA came up. He suggested today that he did not push the reappointment of Dudu Myeni, the chair of SAA. She's been reappointed chair of the board. He said that Cabinet approved that. In fact, he was out of the country. Then we saw a debate on the woes of SAA that, of course, has not been able to deliver its financial statements going back to about June 2014. So that debate just wrapping up, and we will be speaking to the CEO of Comair. A lot of airline news today, but let's just go quickly to our breaking news. The illegal miners, as you know, for
opportunity to do so within the time allocated is determined by the Rules Committee. ANC, is there a member who wishes to make a declaration?